Everyone, welcome to this meeting of Auckland Council's Planning Committee, Komiti Whakariti Mahiri. I welcome all the members of the committee, Mayor Phil Goff, the councillors and the Independent Māori Statutory Board members. And to start things today, I will ask Duncan Glasgow to take a roll call, please.
Good morning, members. Councillor Darby is here. Mayor Goff?
Zhao Shenghao.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
I'm present. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Bartley.
Can we also mute mics unless you're speaking?
Me, present.
Kia ora tau. Councillor Casey. Councillor Collins.
Jia Hao.
Councillor Coombe.
Atamarie.
Councillor Cooper.
Morning.
Councillor Dalton.
Morena.
Councillor Filipona. Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Member Hinari is present. Councillor Henderson.
Atamarie.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora.
Councillor Mulholland.
Present. Good morning, all.
Councillor Newman is an apology. Member Namane is an apology. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Simpson.
Morena, good morning.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker. Is online but not responding. Councillor Watson is an apology. Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家好. Happy Moon Festival.
Thank you.
Present.
That was Councillor Walker, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, members. Members, this morning we've had some improvements made to Skype for Business by our IT team. So we have bandwidth capacity now for you to use not just your microphone when speaking, but also your camera. So if we could follow that protocol of using microphone and camera, and if you could turn the camera off and mute your microphone after speaking or posing your question. That would be very good. Makes for a much better viewing experience for members of the public that are coming into this meeting today. I'll proceed to apologies, and I have an apology from member Leanne Namani, who has a bereavement. So hers is for absence for a bereavement. Absence from Councillor John Watson, and for lateness, Councillor Daniel Newman, and early departure, Independent Māori Statutory Board member Tau Henare.
Mr. Chair, I need to leave at 12 for 40 minutes.
Thank you. And possible early departure, we'll note that to Councillor Cooper. Thank you, and appreciate that you've had an overlap of another commitment of councils. And so I'll just move on. I'll move accordingly. Councillor Bartley, would you like to second? Thank you. All those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, members. Members, are under item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations to be made here on anything on the open or confidential agenda? There being none, we'll proceed to confirm the minutes. Councillor Bartley, would you like to move? Can I have a second, please? Councillor Desley Simpson, it's moved, it's seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no, and that is carried. Takes us to item 4, which is petitions. There are no petitions received. Takes us to item 5, public input. Members, I've received one request for public input, And that request has been referred elsewhere within the organisation. It's been referred to the Director of Regulatory Services. The request was from Mr. Mark Henderson, and it related to shrink wrapping of residential properties and the regulations around that. So I'm sure you would agree, Councillor Cooper, that that's where it belongs. So that takes us to local board input, and there is one request, and it relates to agenda item 8, and that's the Auckland Unitary Plan submissions on, our submission on 4 private plan changes at Drury. It's on page 11 of our agenda, and we'll go to that item shortly. But ahead of that item, I welcome Chair of the Papakura Local Board, Chair Brent Catchpole, also Deputy Chair Jan Robinson of the board, and they wish to speak to us about our submission, which is referred to under item 8. Now, do I have you on the line, please, Brent and Jan?
I'm here, and I'm not sure whether you can see me, but bear with me if the video is not working properly, but hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you, and if you do find how to operate the camera, that would be great, but don't delay. Maybe start with your presentation, Brent.
Okay, thank you very much. The Papakura Local Board is concerned about the proposal for the new Metropolitan Centre zone in the Kiwi Properties Plan change. When Papakura is one zone metropolitan area, which is only 3.7 kilometres away from the proposed Kiwi Properties one. The Papakura Local Board has invested considerable funding via our commercial projects group, chaired by Lee Orton, in planning for the future of a metropolitan centre in Papakura. And I do note that, I'd like you to note that the metropolitan status for Papakura is outlined in the unitary plan. And one of the things that we're concerned about is that having 2 metropolitan centres in the south just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And Papakura has invested in the planning for the future as a metropolitan centre. Another concern that we have, and I would like the planning committee to take some serious considerations around future design for subdivisions. And one of the areas that we've experienced a lot of concerns, and we've had it from the police, emergency services, and residents of the subdivisions, and that is around the road widths. And the minimum road widths that are allowed do not provide good community outcomes, especially when you have cars parked on site, on the road, because there is insufficient parking on site for these properties, and there is consequently no on-site visitor parking or on-road visitor parking. And this creates huge problems with people parking on footpaths, berms, and making it impossible for mobility impaired people and pedestrians to easily walk the footpaths, which then creates a health and safety issue. So with cars, with these cars parked on the road, narrowing to the point where rubbish removal and emergency vehicle access is seriously impaired. So that's an area that I know it's not an easy fix, but it's one I think council needs to seriously look at and give it some serious consideration to overcome the issues that we've experienced over the last 10 years. So further on, the Papakura Local Board would like to advocate for the importance of green spaces, given the intensification of the areas and issues that staff have said that pocket parks are basically not acceptable because of the ongoing OPEX costs, and yet there is no place for the children to run and play off street. So there's another area that needs to be taken into consideration when these particular plan changes are considered. We also seek for the retention of many trees as possible. We are about to begin work on the urban Ngāhere project, and we note that Papakura has 13% tree coverage, which is very low in comparison to other parts of Auckland. So another area of consideration. And if I may be a little cheeky and respectfully ask that the planning committee consider adding the Papakura Local Board Chair to the subcommittee or subgroup formulating the council submission on the private plan change. And I ask that in seriousness, but with a little bit of cheek in it as well. And I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brent. Nothing like some cheek. Yours is always polite, so we can receive it. Now, those key points, I'll go over them. Questions about the elevation of a Drury major centre over Papakura, street design.
Metropolitan Centre it is, yeah.
Metropolitan Centre. Street design and accessibility. We do have the Roads and Streets framework in place, and very soon the Transport Design Manual. Green and open spaces, tree coverage, and consideration of your name going under, I think it is, the motions before us. Okay, I'll take questions soon, Brent. Brent, can you, before I do so, can you formalise quite quickly in writing what you've presented through to Christopher Turbot, isn't it? Christopher Turbot, on behalf of your board. Would you do that, please?
Will do, yes.
Thank you. I'll go to questions, Brent, just a minute. Questions, please, and Deputy Mayor first.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. And thanks, Brent, for your presentation. Agree with you completely on the narrow streets policy. They work in some areas, but they certainly do not work on the outer suburbs or in the provincial towns. They're a disaster. They really are. So I completely agree with you that, and we've already made submissions to Auckland Transport and to our planning divisions on numerous occasions with the Franklin Local Board about the same thing. The question I have is your concern about the closeness of Papakura to the Drury Centre, the competition that would inevitably bring. And congratulations to the Papakura Local Board for the work it's did on its, what could a invigorated Papakura look like. At this point in time, Brett, is there much capital development going on in Papakura, and do you have a quantum of that?
Well, obviously things have stalled somewhat over the last few months, but there's a number of large developments that are happening. One about to happen on the old New World site, and there is another one just happening opposite the Papakura Local Board office.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there other questions? There being none.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to add to that, we would be very much appreciative if Panuku actually came on board with us to give us further assistance with it as well. It's been a real struggle without Panuku's assistance.
Their assistance for supporting you on your Papakura focus. That's what.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Look, I'll make sure that's conveyed from me through to Panuku as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent, and thank you to your board for being active in this, and you will formalise your submission with Christopher Turbot. Thank you for that.
Will do. We'll get it through to you later on today.
Good. Councillor Angela Dalton, would you like to move receipt, please?
Yes, thank you.
And is Councillor Newman with us as yet? No. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'm happy to second, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Fletcher, thank you. So I will move. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
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 To the contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you. That completes our local board input. There are no extraordinary items notified, which takes us to item 8, and that is the Auckland Unitary Plan submissions on 4 private plan changes to date at Drury. Our principal policy analyst for this and report author is Christopher Turbot. Now, Christopher's got a short presentation, and we'll have a look at that. Christopher, are you with us?
Marina, I'm here. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you, Christopher. Do you have if at all possible, you've got a presentation, so if when the presentation is not there, if you can activate your camera, that would be great. Okay, you're going to take us through the presentation, and in your hands, Christopher.
Yes, so I think Duncan's running the slideshow. Thank you. So this presentation is about 4 private plan changes in Drury that were lodged on the 27th of August 2020. The committee's had a previous agenda item back in July about that notification process. All the documents for those plan changes are on the website now, so it includes Plan Change 40K, Drury Centre Precinct, Plan Change 49, Drury East Precinct, Plan Change 50, Waihoehoe, Plan Change 51, Drury 2. Collectively, the 4 private plan changes propose urban zoning of about 365 hectares of the Drury future urban area, so it's quite a substantial area. And they're all clustered around the existing State Highway 1 Drury interchange, focused around various arterial roads and highways there. Next page, please. So this is a quick summary of the Drury Centre plan change. There's a large 35 hectare metropolitan centre proposed close to that State 1 route, and that's shown in a sort of purpley colour in the presentation. And there's a 51.5 hectare mixed use zone surrounding that, and that provides for residential and business activities. That's shown in a sort of lavender mauve colour. And then open space is proposed adjoining the Hanaya stream. The next page, please. This is the Drury East plan change, which sits beside the Drury Centre plan change. It's got a residential focus with a gradation of residential intensity going downwards towards the east. So there's terraced housing, mixed housing, urban zoning, mixed housing, suburban, plus a mixed use zone area that's intended to provide for a centre. Next page, please. PC50 is the Waihoehoe plan change. That is located next to the centre but to the north. It is 49 hectares of terraced housing apartment building zoning. Next page, please. So this is PC 48, 49 and 50 together. State Highway 1 is shown in the red line, and the other major roads are Great South Road and Karaka Road, also known as State Highway 22. And you can see these changes provide a package with a centre and new residential development alongside, and they're all located to the east of State Highway 1. Next page, please. So this is PC 51 Drury 2. It is located just to the west of State Highway 1. That's Karaka Road, labelled as State Highway 22 there, and that feeds up to State Highway 1 at the top right-hand corner of the map. So this is a somewhat smaller but still similar plan change, 4.6 hectares of mixed housing urban, nearly 14 hectares of terraced housing apartments, and 15 hectare town centre. Next page, please. So this is just to take you back to the Council's Drury Waihoehoe Structure Plan 2019. And to provide context, these plan changes fill in the centre component around that State Highway 1 interchange there. Next page, please. So this next part of the presentation talks about why we should present council submissions. It needs to be noted there's a broad high-level similarity between the land uses proposed and the 4 plan changes and those proposed in the council structure plan. And indeed, the plan change documentation does rely on the council structure plan to a fair degree. Now, having said that, nevertheless, staff analysis indicates that there are some issues that the council should make submissions on. The next page, please. And these issues are summarised in the agenda item, and they are summarised more briefly here. Infrastructure funding, timing and location is a critical issue for the council, but also for some of the other infrastructure providers. There is simply not enough money to provide for the infrastructure required for these plan changes, and it will take time to build that infrastructure even once money is found for it. In addition to that central and critical issue, there's some other issues which are more about the details of the plan changes, but they're still nevertheless important. We think there are sort of land use and transport integration issues, including zoning, density and walkability near public transport that should be addressed. All the plan changes have stormwater management plans with them, but once again, there are some of the details of those that we think need to be improved to provide for the outcomes sought in the council's RPS and also the national policy statement on water. There was also some points we think need to be made about open space provision, issues of similar to mana whenua, and provision for notable trees. And then there's a number of other sort of technical matters to do with the rules and zones and providing for a quality built environment. So that's a very quick summary. There's a bit more information in the agenda item. Next page, please. So our recommendation is that the council make submissions on the plan changes addressing the matters listed above, and that a subgroup be appointed to approve the council submissions on those plan changes. And if the council decides to make submissions, it needs to do so by the 22nd of October 2020. So that's a reasonably tight time frame. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Christopher. Now, members, we did signal that we were very likely to make a submission on this, so we don't have the submission before us, and the intention is to delegate authority to look at that. So you might like to cast your mind to the possibility of including the Papakura Local Board Chair. If that was the case, I would suggest that we would have to extend that then to the Franklin Local Board Chair as well. But I'm not jumping to that conclusion. There's just some small changes there in the motions. But just to round out the discussion that we're having, I have invited Jacques Victor, the General Manager of Auckland Plan and Strategy, to be on the call, and John Dunshay, who's the General Manager from the DPO, the Development Program Office, is with us in the room. The critical issue you could see on a slide, maybe we could go back to that slide with a summary of issues, please, Duncan. The critical issue, which Christopher acknowledges in his presentation here today, this is the critical issue. It's the top bullet point: infrastructure funding, timing and location. And I invite questions of Christopher, Jacques Victor or John Dunshay on the presentation here and the paper. Councillor Cooper at the outset, please.
Thank you, Christopher. My question is really, absolutely support putting forward a submission on these elements. My question is, how does a plan change going ahead of the unitary plan in terms of becoming a live zone affect current live zones that currently don't even have, we don't even have funding for infrastructure? I guess that's the question, but also just are we, under the RMA, can that be noted or brought up about the regional impact of funding for infrastructure in our submission?
Is that for you, Christopher, or would you like to defer to John Dunshay on that?
Well, I think I can probably cover the initial component and then we can defer to John regarding the actual sort of quantum of the size of the issue. So yes, these plan changes will affect the whole of Auckland in the sense there's not enough money to provide for them and the rest of Auckland and all the other growth pressures that Auckland is facing. And yes, as an issue we can include in the submission. The submission doesn't need a lot of detailed evidence in it because that will come at the hearing, but we do need to make the submission to provide scope. And perhaps John can answer any questions about the overall effect on Auckland.
John Dudshey.
I can't do any detail other than to confirm that yes, part of the evidence that will be submitted will be the impact of funding infrastructure, not only on Drury but on the wider Auckland. So there will be a structured approach, and the final level of that will be not only does funding of is there a problem with funding infrastructure in Drury, but the implications of that there will be a problem with funding infrastructure across wider Auckland, and that therefore mitigation has to be found that would enable us to cash flow that in an appropriate way that wouldn't have such a significant effect on Drury and then Auckland.
A supplementary, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. So in terms of who decides the priorities when you've already got live zone greenfields, for example, Red Hills, which was a surprise to us and we're still trying to play catch up. How is then the funding prioritised? So if you suddenly have something like this coming online, who makes that decision as to what happens? Because my fear is that already zoned areas then miss out and delayed development, and we go to the next new shiny thing. So I guess it's like, who makes that decision? Thank you.
John? So that's a very good question, which is probably why it was asked. Yes. Yes, it is a political decision. And Jacques on the call and others, but in order to be able to, my view would be that in order to be able to make that decision, you need to know what the what cards you have and what the issues are, and what the requirements are for funding across Auckland are. And this is a much wider issue. It's not just Auckland, it's probably wider than that, and the fact that the tools we have through the RMA make it difficult for us to do that kind of planning. We either have an RPS or an MPS, and then we go straight down to resource consents. It's very difficult for the resource consents team to manage developers who can't develop their 500 houses because they have to put in a $20 million, we have to put in a $20 million junction, and we don't have the $20 million. And it's just very difficult. But then we are probably not mature enough, not just in Auckland but elsewhere, in terms of that RPS and MPS stuff, and thinking about how you take a more strategic view about allocation of funding to growth. But there are other people on the call who probably have a more informed view than I.
Mr. Chair, it's Megan here. If I could just add, so just to follow on from John, it is an LTP discussion that you will be having. You have started that in terms of the levers, those tools that you have across the board, whether you have enough, and even if the ones you have, how you want to pull those or use those. And it will also come through the land transport plan, all of those other options about where we package and spend our money. And the decisions you'll make over the coming 9 months. I
reserve my right to speak, thank you.
And just if I could add on, that is actually building on what Megan was said, that actually is going to be part of the evidence that's going to be put forward at Drury is it's going to be referencing the RPS, the MPS, and the LTP and RLTP, and where we sit with that. So a lot of the discussion will be about that kind of stuff.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Megan. And look, I think some of the answers to the questions that councillors might be putting forward could be answered from John Dunshay from the DPO, or Jacques Victor heading up our strategy unit, or Christopher or Megan. So for those that are on the line, those that I've just named, please signal that you are willing to respond to the questions put. I'll go now to Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a few short questions. My first question is, how long will members of the Planning Committee have to check the draft submission and provide input to those who make the final submission? What's tight mean?
I might go to Chief of Strategy on Christopher Turbot. Chris, can you answer Councillor Simpson's question, please? What's the turnaround time? I know it's going to be tight, but I've suggested in our agenda run through that we do circulate this to all the members of this committee. Christopher? Christopher, we can't hear you at the moment. Okay, I will go to Chief of Strategy.
Sorry, so I'm here now.
We are. Christopher,
Sorry,
did you hear the question?
My suggestion is, as soon as the subcommittee is appointed, that we present them with a draft submission, or submissions plural, and if they're happy with those, then we circulate them as soon as possible to the whole of the committee, and that we really need that back so it can be signed off, preferably a couple of days before the 22nd of October. So I'm not even sure what day of the week the 22nd is, but we need to be able to lodge those on a working day before the 22nd of October.
Mr. Chair, my question was just to make sure that the members of the Planning Committee had a few working days to actually read the submission and have their, we've got a pretty tight work schedule, as you're aware, and I just wanted to make sure that there was, you weren't asking somebody on a Monday to have come back on a Tuesday, make sure they had a reasonable time frame. That was my first question.
Can I just build on your question, please? Now, there's been a suggestion, a request from the chair of the Papakura board to be named there. I think it's more appropriate that we could circulate it to the Papakura and Franklin boards as we're circulating it to the Planning Committee members, but I would be of a mind to retain the named councillors and IMSB members as those that are delegated authority to sign it off. Can I just get a signal from members on that course?
I agree.
Anybody online that's not in the room, is there a view, just briefly? Okay, is that a question, Councillor Mulholland, related to?
So yes, it is. Yeah. So elected members will still be informed and kept abroad of what's happening and be able to have input. Is that correct?
The draft submission.
Yes.
Once the delegated members have seen it and made an initial sign-off, it will be shared with the members of the Planning Committee and the respective local boards that I've just named.
Great, thank you.
But the delegated sign-off remains with the members of this committee. Okay? Back to Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you. My second question and third question come with the report items 33 and 34. And I'm just concerned with the sentence that says evidence for the hearings may place pressure on existing budgets. If necessary, a report will be prepared for Finance and Performance Committee on this matter. I just want assurance that these people are talking to Finance, because there is very little elasticity in our budgets. And with respect, I'm hoping that you're not going to come to Finance and Performance for some more money. I'm just stating the obvious here, so can you try and get the evidence within budget would be a request.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to respond. Yes, of course. I guess I just wanted to be really open about the level of expertise and time we will need, including legal, for example, may well be considerable. This is a very important set of submissions. The intention is not to ask for any more money. It clearly is not. I guess I just wanted to be open, similar to you, to say that it will put pressure on budgets. And I just wanted to signal that if we needed to, we would talk to you first. But if we needed to, we would need to come back to a committee. But that is not the intention.
That's nice to hear, thank you. But my next question is probably the biggest one, and that is point 34 says there are significant, potentially address the significant infrastructure funding and financing implications of these private plan changes. What do you understand to be significant infrastructure funding and financing implications?
John, can I ask you to give some numbers there, and then I could round off if needed?
The initial work we've done, and it's very high level, and it's at a P50, but it's a P50, was that there is a full build out. So that's a full build out. So this is over 20 plus years. There's $1 billion. There's a need to find $1 billion in order to for infrastructure. Now, part of the process that we have to go through with the developers and what we are seeking through the hearings process is how we mitigate that and phase that in a way that means that that $1 billion is cash flowed in a way that means that our funding and financing constraints, particularly in the next 5 years, are not detrimentally affected, and that's the evidence we will be putting. As I've said, the evidence will be on the basis that if we look at our long-term plan and our RLTP, and if we look at the requirements of the MPS and the RPS, then we don't have the ability to fund this infrastructure, and therefore these plan changes need to be structured or phased or have triggers, whatever, put in a way that means that that infrastructure can be provided, because we will have the funding at some stage, or the developers will pay for it, or we use an infrastructure financing and funding levy.
Your second option was the best one.
Yes. And that is what we will be. And that is what we will be seeking. The developers have a different view.
Thank you, John. Now, if you didn't quite hear that, John did say $1 billion, and that's an approximate over the phased development areas.
At a full build out.
With the full build out. So it just gives you an idea of some costs that we're looking at. I think I saw the chair of Finance and Performance lean back in the chair when she heard that number.
All right, I like the way he was going to fund it, though.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson, further question? Complete. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Chair. My questioning is around the same lines as Councillor Cooper and Simpson. So we put in the submissions, and I support the points around the submissions, and it is around the cost of infrastructure, open space, all of those things. How does that influence the decision on a plan change? Does it, or is it simply an opportunity for us to discuss those points that we have through the hearings to achieve an outcome to mitigate the cost to council?
Would you like me to address that question?
Thank you, Christopher.
So the submission provides an opportunity to put those issues in front of the independent hearing panel. And we're proposing that there be one hearing panel to address all of these plan changes at once, so you get an integrated outcome. So the evidence we'd put forward would address those issues, but prior to that we would expect to be a fair amount of time for negotiation with the applicant and with other interested parties to see if we could resolve some of these issues beforehand.
Perhaps just a supplementary, Chair. My question will be, have we put in submissions before along this line as not being possibly not being able to fund the infrastructure. Have we done that before, and has that affected the outcome of a plan change, been approved or not?
Christopher?
Just trying to think, these issues have arisen before in the context of the Red Hills area, and that was through the Auckland Unitary Plan process. I haven't myself been involved in one of these, so I can't give you a complete answer on that. But I know it has been an issue in other plan change processes, and it hasn't always been resolved to the council's satisfaction, but this is the one avenue we've got to actually address the issue. There's no other mechanism other than by making a submission.
Councillor Dalton, it's Megan here. If I could just add to that, thank you, Chris. Look, the first time you get an opportunity to get involved in these processes is through a submission. So the importance of the submission is that it provides you scope to then go into the hearing and discuss all the matters that are important to you. And as Christopher said, we will work through that process. We may well work to try and resolve some of them, but it's clear that some of them will not be resolved until the hearing. And so the fundamentally important part here is not so much the detail of the submission, but that we get those points across so that we can then speak to them in the hearing. In terms of the have we done it before? Yes, we have. In the first Drury plan change on Charles Marr in the west of Drury, we put a submission in, and funding was a part of that. And Smales Farm also funding was kind of part of that submission. So we've done it before. It is appropriate. We are able to do that. And for us, the fundamental opportunity is for us to be able to get our foot in the door and then work through that process at the hearing and provide the evidence we need.
And can I just add to that in the fact that, in response to that question, the other thing that I would say is that there is probably at least a year and probably 3 years' work that has gone into Drury in terms of understanding the infrastructure that is required and the cost of that infrastructure. So, given how young Auckland as a region is, that always hasn't been possible, I don't think, and I may be wrong. But in this case, I think there's been an enormous amount of work that has been done over the last period, and that's been done by Supporting Growth Alliance, by AT, by Watercare, to some extent by Healthy Waters as well, by Parks, AC if I haven't referred to it, and there is a lot of information out there already. So supporting what Megan said, there will be a body of evidence that we will be able to present to the hearings panel for them to consider. In addition to that, going again back to what Megan said earlier, we will also be able to present evidence on the position we are in with respect to the long-term plan and the RLTP, because that will have been worked through and discussed to a large extent by that state anyway. So some of the evidence that will be submitted will be along the lines of where we sit with our RLTP and our LTP. So there will be a lot of evidence to support the case that we make.
Thank you, John.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Deputy Mayor, please, question.
Thanks, Chris. And actually, in fact, Mr Dunshay's already answered. The question I was going to ask was, what is the full build-out time? And Mr Dunshay said it's 20, 25, potentially even 30 years. So although there is a infrastructure shortfall, John, over the length of this project, there is potential for that shortfall to be filled up, given its intergenerational capacities.
Yes, and that's right at the heart of the discussions of the hearings panel is, this area falls in the fuzz and was anticipated to be developed. The issue we have at the moment is about timing to a certain extent, as we've talked about before, because of NZ Up and other things that's been brought forward, and so our discussions will be when we talk with the developers and present the evidence at the hearings panel will be how we mitigate the upfront costs and the cash flow problems we have by phasing the development in a way that enables those cash flow problems to be mitigated, and as I've said before, how we get the developers to meet some of the cost. So that's how we'll do it. And there is a timing issue here.
Thank you, John. Councillor Hills, please.
Yeah, I guess my questions are similar to others, and I'm happy to hear the responses so far, but I guess how honest can we be, because we obviously don't have the complete projections for the RLTP and the 10-year budget, but it's clear, we are behind so far on current infrastructure and replacing old infrastructure, such as, we've got a lot coming up in the water space for the 10-year budget too. Everyone wanting large projects. How do we finally get it truthfully out there that we just don't have the budget here? We're not talking tens of millions. We're talking billions. How do we put that through so that there's certainty for the developers, there's certainty for the community, about what's available? The other thing is, and it's only mentioned briefly in the climate impact statement, but what information and what data will we be using for the submissions on climate? So, taking up all that rural land, and also the long term. Yes, I know the plan for Drury is to have an integrated development where everyone lives and works together, but we know that's never worked in Auckland. And in the short term, medium term, as we're seeing in the northwest, there's a huge amount of driving around to different parts of the city because the jobs aren't there yet, the houses are there before the jobs, and the public transport is almost non-existent. We can't even get intersections upgraded in that area, let alone public transport, which is affecting the north, the northwest and the west. So I guess how are we going to have that really clear in the submissions about climate change and money, which, we kind of keep kidding ourselves that we can do this.
Could I come in first, and then Megan may want to come in, and then Christopher? Yes, so just turning on the Munnings side. So to some extent, you're correct, Councillor, but I actually think, again, as I said earlier, we're in a different position now. As Megan has said, there'll have been a lot of work done on the long-term plan and the RLTP, and also ATAP, which will be able to provide a significant amount of information in relation to the position we are with our infrastructure and our funding. A part of the evidence that goes toward that will be evidence we have already got, and we have built up from quite a granular level around infrastructure in Drury is the obvious example. I've referred to the work we've done there. We've done a lot of work in the northwest where we understand the costs. We've done a lot of work in some of the brownfield areas where we understand the costs. So I think we will be able to leave the hearings panel in no doubt that we have that infrastructure is required, what infrastructure is required, and where it's required, and how much it's going to cost. It's not going to be completely comprehensive, but I don't think the hearings panel will be left in any doubt that there is an issue there. I'll leave. I'm not sure if I'll leave Christopher to answer the other question around climate change, though I will say that part of the evidence that is given around the phasing and funding will be linked to the LTP and the RLTP and the LTP and the Local Government Act and things, and the fact that what we are trying to achieve here is a fully integrated community with jobs and homes and community facilities with proper infrastructure phased in a way that supports people's well-being. And I think some of the written work I've already done actually uses that kinds of terminology, and that will be some of the evidence that we'll be presenting in that funding and phasing work, because we need the funding in order to ensure that we can achieve that, and that's what we're required to do by the legislation and by the policy statements. And Megan may want to add to that, and Christopher.
Thanks, John. I'll follow on. Look, the climate change question is a good one, and I think it connects entirely with the funding one as well, because as John said, we want to have an integrated community that is public transport led, in the sense that, you know, the public transport comes sooner rather than later. That exactly equates to some of the infrastructure funding issues we have. If we didn't bother doing that, then we probably wouldn't have such an issue at this particular point in time. But the way in which we want to see this develop, both in the near term and over this 20, 30 years, means that we do need that infrastructure, that building and integrating in the right way, and that leads to infrastructure funding, both social and physical hard structure as well. So it is all linked. There's a little bit of detail, although climate change isn't specifically kind of listed as a term, but in the report, in paras 18 and 19 in particular, are around the ultimate outcomes we want to achieve with this community.
Thank you, Megan. And Councillor Hills, do you have anything further there? Have you addressed your questions?
No, that was fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know, like, I fully appreciate the discussions about the impact on the rest of the region regarding infrastructure needs, because I'm going to be broken record here and talk about Tamaki and the $800 million infrastructure bill over there for that development that's still chugging along. But I wanted to know, like, are we like setting ourselves up to be sued by developers because we're unable to meet our side of it? It doesn't sound like the hearings panel can say, no, the development can't go ahead because the council's got no money. So it's going to go ahead, and it's all about mitigation and staging. And what if we can't come to the party? Where are we? Are we going to be sued? Is that going to cost the ratepayer more money?
Through the chair, I'll take that one. The hearing panel absolutely can say no. So on any of these matters and or anything else that that others bring up within the Resource Management Act context. So it's not a done deal. I think it's pretty clear whichever way the panel goes, the matter will go to court, because somebody somewhere won't be happy. So if you talk about, that's not the same as suing, but it is a nature of the process that it will go through the courts. And so ultimately, I think the courts will make the decision on this, whichever way it goes. We're not in any position, we don't believe we're giving you any advice or setting you up in any way at the moment for legal risk beyond the normal Resource Management Act processes. That's not a legal risk, it's just a legal reality of how this thing goes through. But if there are any risks coming through, we will clearly talk with you about that. There's no legal risk in that sense, but there is a legal reality of how these things move through, and I expect it to go through that process over the coming years.
So there are the courts that are being referred to are the Environment Court and possibly, a higher court on judicial review matters. So the applicant can do that, or any submitter. That's why it's important for council to be a submitter and to be part of the process. And that's what we're here to discuss. So further questions, Councillor Bartley?
Actually, it was for councillors. As a member on the subgroup, I just wanted to know if any councillors were averse to any of the main points of the submission. And I don't hear it yet, so I guess we're on a good steer so far.
Thank you. Mayor Goff, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, obviously we don't have the full submission yet, but the areas outlined, I think, are the important ones, and the critical one is infrastructure funding and financing. I've just got a couple of questions here. I think Megan has answered the questions that I had on climate change, how that's being addressed. My other questions are these. How is our submission going to address the need to lock developers into committing to build the housing if the council and the government is putting the infrastructure in place, and how have things developed from the uncertainty around the impact of COVID-19 on this? But mainly, how will we seek in that submission to say, if we're going to put money into this, we're not going to put money into infrastructure that the developers won't build on for a number of years. We need them to build as we create the infrastructure. Otherwise, we've got a white elephant sitting there. How do we address that in the submission?
Thank you, Mayor. John Dinshay?
So Christopher might want to come in here, or Megan, but I suppose the answer to that is the way that we phase the infrastructure means that development, we will try and get the hearings panel to agree to triggers or some other mechanism that ensures that housing cannot take place until infrastructure, and yes, I'm getting confused here.
Yeah.
So no,
other way around.
It's just the infrastructure needs to be provided before the housing takes place, and until that infrastructure is provided, the housing can't be developed. But at the same time, we need to ensure that the housing is developed once the infrastructure is provided. So we're working through triggers and mechanisms that ensure that those are tight, and it is phased step by step. So as the Minister said, we don't have infrastructure that is isolated, and we have development that follows infrastructure. So right at the heart of what we will be doing is working through how we can phase the development to ensure that the two go together.
Have we revised the outlook post-COVID-19? We were originally really concerned when we looked at this that, we're going to do all of this, but hey, COVID-19 may bring construction to a grinding halt. Figures don't tend to suggest that that's happening. In fact, our resource consents are at a record level. But have we done the work to see if there is a case that there is the demand for this land being developed at this point?
Not to date, we haven't, no, that I'm aware, unless somebody, Megan?
Not specifically as I'm aware, but in broad terms, you're right, there is still a lot of construction going on, but I do think that due to things like wage subsidies and other things that have obviously happened over the last 6 months, there will be difficulties in the coming months, and some, I'm sure, companies and individuals may find things harder than it was a year ago. So it is still uncertain, but that is obviously part of a commercial cycle, and we will have to see what happens with the COVID situation, with any further lockdowns, and God forbid anything worse. So look, I think there is real uncertainty there. So I'm not confident that COVID won't have an impact, and that we won't see that for some years, I suspect.
Thank you. In terms of trying to maximise the developer's contribution towards the cost of this infrastructure, which will be substantial, to what extent are you able to do that through the submission, or is that through behind-the-scenes negotiations with the contractors and with the developers? It's
Negotiation. So it is referenced in the issues are referenced in the submissions, and the reasons why and the mitigation that might be sought. But when it comes right down to it, the way that we influence and ensure that that happens is to negotiate with the developers and to try and reach agreement prior to the hearings about how that they will come to the party in terms of funding through agreement or some sort of levy or through phasing. And then where we can't reach agreement, or where we reach agreement, we can present that as evidence at the hearings to show that has, to the panel, that has already been mitigated. Where we haven't been able to reach agreement, then we can present that evidence to the hearings panel as well, showing that this is something that needs to be taken into account. Because this still remains an issue, and the hearings panel, and then we will provide further evidence on how we think it should be mitigated, notwithstanding lack of agreement with the developers, and the hearings panel will have to make a decision on that.
Thanks, John. Look, my other question is around the question of sequencing that Linda Cooper raised and others have raised as well. I mean, the reason that we are first of all, the area that the private plans relate to is identified already as development ready, isn't it? But we're bringing it forward in some cases from 2028 to 2022. But was this investment that we would actually be obliged to put in anyway, given the fact that this has been treated by the council as development ready land?
I'm not sure what the future development land would be the word I would use, and that's, but I'll let Megan come in on that. And the other thing is that, yes, there is a timing issue here. So this was identified for development, particularly the land to the east, but that wasn't due for till 2028, and therefore a lot of the infrastructure and funding work that has gone assumed that that would be take place later in this decade rather than now. So that's, I'm not sure if there's anything Megan wants to answer.
Can I maybe just put it more specifically to you, Megan, then, given the fact that council has identified this land as development ready, what obligation does that create for us in terms of provision of infrastructure?
It doesn't identify it as development ready. It shows over a 30-year period that this area will be developed. There were some parts of it that were to be development ready like now, and some of that is the land to the west. And as John Dunshea said, some of these plan changes and decisions are bringing forward the need for the land to be development ready. So there's never a question that it would be developed. The question is when. So in order for the development to occur, it does then put the onus on us to provide the infrastructure to allow that. And that's, of course, where we get into the questions about who pays, how we pay, what levers have you got to pull, et cetera, and the negotiations with developers. So it's because the timing is different, is the particular difficulty we have at the moment.
So it's bringing forward the provision of infrastructure in some cases, by as much as 5 years?
Or more, 10, 15. Yep.
Okay. Just in terms of how we phase the submission and how we would fund this, presumably the transport funding is going to be part of the current Auckland Transport Alignment program. Is that's where the funding will be set out for our contribution to infrastructure?
So both, yes.
Okay.
So both, both ATAP, the RLTP, which is the Regional Land Transport Plan, and the long-term plan as well for the broader range of infrastructure, not just transport.
Because it's not just transport. There is a
no. I appreciate that. Yeah, but the biggest item there will be transport, won't it, John?
It will be. Cost. It definitely is. But the public open space, community facilities, and stormwater in the medium term are not insignificant.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. The challenge that we've got then, just correct me if I'm wrong on this, is that as we negotiate ATAP to find funding for this, the pressure that will be put on us is the fact that government is putting in 2.4 billion into transport infrastructure for the Drury subdivision, and they're probably relieving us of $300 or $400 million that we've already committed under ATAP to provide things like Mill Road. So the difficulty that we face, if we were to say no, we're just not going to have anything to do with this. The answer would be that the government would not reach an agreement on ATAP, having made that commitment and having picked up commitments that we've already made under ATAP to fund things like Mill Road. That creates the context in which we show willingness or not willingness to proceed with any funding of infrastructure in this area, doesn't it?
Yes, and look, that's why at the previous meeting or a couple of meetings ago, where these plan changes came to you for consideration, our advice is that, notwithstanding how difficult this might be or even the merits of it, in the RMA context, we believe we have to accept it. But this is the opportunity to get into the nitty-gritty and actually work out how this could happen and by whom and when.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Mayor Goff, I just want to come back to you. You did mention this question of market viability. Are you suggesting that we need to maybe bring some evidence, some market economics evidence in our submission? I would probably support you on that.
Yeah, I think if they're going to go ahead and provide some significant funding in this area, we need to know that the developers are going to be in a position to meet their side of the bargain. I was actually more worried before than I have been since I've seen what's the impact on resource building consents has been in the last month and the month before that. But I think it would be useful to talk again with David Norman about what the likely impact of COVID-19 on latest information might be on the need for this land to be developed and the prospect of there being a market for the houses that are built when the infrastructure's in place.
Thank you, Mayor. So Christopher and John and Jacques will take that into account. It might extend past our own chief economist to an economist or appropriately skilled person that can bring some market economics evidence to our submission and the future hearing. Thank you, Mayor Goff.
Some of the bank economists, Mr. Chair, might be able to help with that, Westpac, ASB, etc. They've been making a lot of comments. They've done the work, so I think if we approach them, they would share their forecasts with us. That might be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and then that person needs to go in front of a hearing as well. So we need to make sure that they've got the right credentials, etc. So can we have Councillor Coombe, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. The first one was we heard from Chair Catchpole, and I just wondered if there was any response to the issues that he raised. And if I understand it correctly, he was concerned about having competing metropolitan centres and the impact on the work that they've been doing.
Now, I'm not sure whether Christopher was on the line or John Dunshay was in the room.
Well, I did hear it, so I could probably respond. So this is Christopher speaking. Yeah.
Go ahead, Christopher.
So the existing Papakura Centre is owned as a metropolitan centre for historical reasons. When that decision was made, at that stage there was no proposal for additional centres further to the south, and the future urban zone was just a piece of yellow zoning in the plan. Since then, a lot of work has been done on how that land could be developed in the catchment that it could serve in terms of the population catchment. And the economic analysis has been brought to bear both from the applicants and also from the council's economists, indicates that a large centre is required to service that catchment. And in that context, the evidence is pointing towards that centre being of a scale similar to a metro centre. So that's where the evidence is sort of pointing at the present time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christopher.
I had a second question. Thank you.
Councillor Coombe.
And I think, well, the Deputy Mayor here, I think, summed that up saying it's in addition rather than instead of, if that's what I understood correctly, in response to that, my first question. But the second question goes to the climate impact statement. I know there's been some previous comments on this, but this is probably a question to Megan, just about, in terms of what we're trying to capture in this statement, it's around the impact. And those impacts go far beyond just
how the new residents are going to travel to and from their new development. It's, you know, got implications across the region. And I just wonder, are we getting to a point now that we're sort of a year into having these climate impact statements where we will really actually document the impacts so we can understand the trade-offs, like exactly what we're talking about in terms of increased emissions as a result of greenfield developments. And it's not about being judgy about it, it's just about so we can really understand in terms of our prioritisation, our regional planning, and really understand what we mean about a climate impact. Because I just feel this is sort of touched on one little part of the picture. And if we're really, you know, going forward, I just feel that these impact statements are just not really cutting it.
Thanks, Councillor Coombe. Look, I accept that, and absolutely we will get better at this because it is complex and hard to do. I think certainly for the submission, and I'll leave it with Chris and John to ensure that we have something or appropriately speak around that in the submission, and would be interested in your thoughts, obviously, when you get to see that and your feedback before we put that in. I think also, and you will have heard this from Alec and the team as well, for emissions, things like transport and the land use, you know, density, the way in which we use our land and form our communities are two massively important parts of reducing our emissions. So that is critical to what this development is. So it will absolutely have an impact, either negatively or positively, but it is quite difficult to probably calculate that in the way in which you want, but we are working on that. So please let us know when you see the submission what your thoughts are around that in particular.
Thank you, and it'll be good going forward. And yeah.
We definitely need to get better at that and get real about it. And Councillor Coombe, I invite you to work with the Chief of Sustainability. You know, maybe they just start auditing some of the climate impact statements and test them. And if they don't stack up, let the respective committee chairs know. We need to sharpen up there. Thank you. Now, I've got one final question. I'll take one final question, please, from Councillor Hills, and then I think we'll go to comments straight after that. Councillor Hills, one more.
Yeah, just a question. It was probably to the Mayor's point, and I think the conversation about it doesn't match with ATAP on Mill Road, etc. Well, it actually doesn't match because we only had phase one about less than a third of the budget at the end of ATAP. So I guess that needs to be considered, that we, you know, didn't exactly vote at the time to have this whole project moved forward. So I guess it needs to be taken into consideration in the submission that actually we weren't planning for this development as early as it is happening now. It wasn't an ATAP, it was a phase one at the very end of ATAP. So I'm not saying if that's good or bad, but I'm just saying that we must, you know, our current ATAP does not say that until we change that. So just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Councillor Hills. Yes, that's a good point. We'll ensure that's in the submission. And also, you're probably aware ATAP is being reviewed. So there's an opportunity now for us to ensure that as much as we know now, the funding is in the right places. But that's part of the big conversation you'll be having over the coming months.
And for those that aren't aware of what phase one, phase two is, so in ATAP 2018, it showed phase one, which was funded, was from Redoubt Road into the back of Takanini. So it didn't show the project running all the way down in the first decade. So there is that point being made by Councillor Hills. That was under the 2018 ATAP. Okay, we'll go now to comments. Councillor Cooper, with you first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a very interesting discussion. What I want to helicopter out about is about the effect on the regional infrastructure. And I think, you know, if you look at some of the go live that went in our own unitary plan, whether we liked it or not, that is our plan. And I feel a little bit and there's not a lot we can do about it other than a really strong submission, in terms of prioritising infrastructure, to me, it should be our own plans that go first, because they've already been agreed on, that they've had a whole independent panel, and then we've adopted them. And then we get held to ransom for private plan changes, basically saying, no, you need to do that because I want to make a profit over here. And I think that's where the system isn't right. But also talking about funding, and I acknowledge to my left here, no, not often, but if I went the other way around the table, she would be on my right, is that, when we look at an infrastructure plan and then trying to go into LTP discussions and trying to unpack all of those different elements of infrastructure, there was a bit over here with stormwater, there's a bit over here with water care, there's a bit over here with transport, and that's where it's hard to get the picture for me as a councillor, because it's like an encyclopedia and often these things get missed, and before you know it, you're in the final phases and you're suddenly voting for something, for some infrastructure that's going way ahead of already partly developed developments that are in our plan. And that's what concerns me. So I think it was Christopher and also John Dunshea talking about having some sort of map where we can be able to look at it and go, right, in this area, this is what we're going to need, and this is the phasing where we think it's the right way to do it. Because I think that helps inform us. We're not the experts on infrastructure, but we have to make the final decisions to reflect the plan we have. And when we have private plan changes, and I'm not anti it because I will vote for it, people need their right to go through a proper process. But we get caught and held to ransom. And even with government plans as well. And so there's almost a bit of blackmail. I'll pay for this if you pay for that. And often we're having to bring a whole lot of stuff forward that never would actually, doesn't work for us. So I think that's my concerns, and I hope that in some way we can reflect that in our submission, but also helping us further down the track, which is not that far down the track. By June, end of June next year, we'll have had to adopt an LTP that tries to reflect us catch up. And I just want to give one example before I finish. Red Hills went live in 2016, and I had the developers who had every right to build houses there ringing me and going, we're going to help to pay for our bit of the road, but AT say they've got no money to actually connect this internal part of our development onto the existing arterial roads. And we had to scamper and struggle and try to sort that out. And I still don't think it's fully, this is 2 or 3 years ago, still not fully resolved. And so we'll have houses and people living in them without the infrastructure that's really the optimum infrastructure. So I think, and I do acknowledge our staff for trying to work on that, but that's the sort of muddle we get into and the struggle we get into trying to provide money, let alone dumping this on the top. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Very clear. Councillor Cashmore, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair, fellow councillors. You know Drury's in my patch. State Highway 1 goes through there, Kiwi Rail goes through there, State Highway 22, Pookie comes in and terminates there, the gas line goes through there, the high density power goes through there. And what's going there at the moment is huge amounts of employment. So the Kiwi Properties potential retail centre, 6,000 jobs. Stevenson, 6,000 jobs. There's 20,000 jobs being created around Pukekohe and Ramarama area as we speak. So existing businesses in the Franklin area having a great deal of confidence to grow and expand. Not only is this development a TOD, it's an employment-based development. People won't be commuting as they do in the west or from the shore to any great degree because there will be employment in the area largely. I had the privilege on Tuesday to open some social houses, Kiwi-built houses that Charles Maher, who many of you have met when he's presented here before, developed. 47 houses, all sold within a matter of weeks, being occupied by school teachers, police and other worthy families within the communities. Drury's already happening. What we are in the middle of here is a process. We are giving our staff permission to make a submission to the hearings panel. That's all we're doing. We're not trying to relitigate the private plan changes. We are merely part of the process to let the staff formulate a submission and expose and show up some of the difficulties and challenges that are before this council with the funding of the critical infrastructure. Now, that's absolutely the right thing to do. Absolutely the right thing to do. The government put in $2.4 billion, as the Mayor has said, into Mill Road, into electrification, into new rail stations and some other upgrades. There's probably another $1 billion to do. For instance, if we had an infrastructure funding and finance agreement put in place over these developments, 23,000 houses times $1,000 a year comes to $575 million over the time of the development. And if it was over 30 years, it's $690 million. So there's these tools and instruments to help solve this problem. We as a council have got a very difficult habit of saying no to things because it doesn't feel comfortable. We are still 40,000 houses short. This particular area in South Auckland is going to be an economic powerhouse of employment and of enterprise because it is in that location of that golden triangle, Hamilton, Auckland, Tauranga. It is like an epicentre of it. Mark Franklin, who is the chair of Stevenson's development, told me the other day that $140 million worth of property has been sold there for commercial development right now. 140 million. That's a heck of a good start and shows confidence from the private sector. So I'm really in favour of we proceed with this. I really want Mr. Dogood, Mr. Dunn, Shay and Chris to write up a really good submission emphasising and showing the gaps and shortfalls and what they see as solutions to go before the independent hearing commissioners. That's a positive move forward and helps us combine and embrace with the government their investment to deliver for this community in South Auckland, which, as I have said before, is going to be an economic powerhouse to rival Manukau and even the city centre. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's proceed with it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, in speaking in support of this, and also just noting the Deputy Mayor's comments that we are talking about a submission here, rather than relitigating the whole thing. I just want to agree briefly with Councillor Cooper's points, which I think were very well made. We're talking about a submission, and I have some thoughts to put forward for that process. So, with this, we're talking about a full picture, and I've heard that mentioned a few different times. And that involves funding that we would be hard-pressed to provide before COVID, and we're going to find a big struggle now. And so I like these suggestions that I'm hearing around moving costs into other bodies, looking at things in a more flexible way, because coming from West Auckland, I know very well how hard it is to fund infrastructure. We're going to be facing more choppy waters ahead in this sort of thing. But I want to talk about in particular climate change and the implications here and the emissions created from green zone development and living. We can no longer justify building and locking in future emissions and actually raising our emissions profile. So we have to get things like public transport happening before the moving trucks arrive rather than after. I do have one issue with that slide then, therefore, and that's climate change. And in a lot of those points, it talks around it, but I'd like us to name climate change as an issue. I'd like us to give it its full attention and to look at the emissions profiles as part of the submission. Just briefly as well, regarding the points raised, I do need to talk about prioritisation, and I want to talk about Westgate briefly and acknowledge the excellent kōrero from Councillor Bartley too on Tamaki, which is another challenge. Thanks for raising that. In Westgate, we have a town centre built now. It's shiny and new. It's built partially with the promise of housing and rapid transit, and Red Hills is already live zoned. So all the business has gone in, and the housing and the infrastructure is lagging behind. We already have traffic issues there. It's already there with the current residents. We have a huge housing crisis in Waitakere, huge wait lists for housing New Zealand houses. We only have, for example, one swimming pool for 250,000 people. We've got huge challenges there, and infrastructure costs money. I just wanted to point out to everybody that when we're talking about prioritisation, there are places that are already there waiting for this stuff as well. We've got to think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And now Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I support Councillor Cooper. She made some really good points just around our understanding of what this means for the long-term plan, how we prioritise, but Cashmore's input as well. And so what that tells me is that having all the information as a decision maker is absolutely critical. And to get the balance around the number of jobs that are coming in, the houses, all of it, that the Drury structure plan is important for all councillors to be aware of. The prioritisation is an issue. I listened to Councillors Bartley and Henderson about existing projects and how we're going to continue to invest. So it is about finding that funding mechanism. That is the key in the submission. I support all of the points on the submission. Finding that funding key is the key to enabling this to go forward so it can deliver on exactly the things that Councillor Cashmore has spoken around. I would just note in the submission it is not capturing the points made by the Papakura Local Board Chair and his concerns around Papakura being a metropolitan city and not getting support in terms of what they're trying to deliver. And I note that you are going to ensure that they have input into the submission, and we would all need to agree that we're aligned once we agree on that submission. So, Chair, just support for the submission, conscious of the prioritisation. It's not just the initial infrastructure for us, it's going to be the consequential OPEX as we continue to maintain the roads and the healthy waters and everything that goes into how we continue to renew and repair the assets that have been built there from the original CAPEX, wherever that comes from. So in support of the submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And calling Mayor Goff, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and along with the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dalton, I support the submission and I support the development. The development is consistent with our structure plan, and that's critically important. And we've already identified, as we can read in our report under Section 13, that it has been identified as development ready. I just want to touch on the greenfield versus brownfield argument. In our Auckland Unitary Plan and in my own commitments when I got first elected, the principle was accepted that the city needs to go up and out, that we need the quality compact urban form, but just relying on brownfields development alone won't be sufficient given the growth that we've got. The other thing that I just want to make clear, it's not a question of brownfields being a whole lot more cheap. We're putting as many people into Mount Roskill and Mangere as we will into Drury, and we'll be paying, the government will be paying the price, actually, we hope, of a rapid transit network, probably a light rail to service those areas. Climate change is a consideration, but as Megan has said, this is a transit-oriented development. It's going to be public transport-led. There will be an integrated community here. The government's going to build a big hospital out there servicing the region. The schools are going in. There's industrial areas going in. There's recreation and retail areas going in. So it's not a case of building a Pocono where you build the houses and you don't put anything with it. The critical issue, two critical issues. One is the concept of partnership with government, and we are bound to have a partnership with government because they provide the bulk of the funding 2-to-1 for the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, and they are putting $2.5 billion through the New Zealand Upgrade Program into this, and they are picking up the commitments that we've already entered into from 2025 for the construction of Mill Road, not to mention, of course, Penlink. But look, funding is critical. And I share the concern of every other councillor on this call, and I've been pretty forthright in saying to the Minister and the government that there are constraints on what we can contribute towards the cost of this development, which means that, you know, we need to use the submission process to promote as much as possible alternative ways of funding what will go in here by way of infrastructure. And that will mean under Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, the use of SPVs. It will mean trying to get as much money as we can from the developers, but you know, let's not ignore the fact that we will need to make a contribution, as we do in every development project across the city, to make sure that this can happen. So, you know, the idea of this submission is to highlight those needs. It's to also to lock in the private sector so that if the infrastructure is built, they are locked into providing the houses as the infrastructure is built, because you can't afford to have stranded infrastructure, and that's going to be a critical part from my point of view in what we end up here. So thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. The last thing I want to say about this is that I think it will, judging from what has been built already out there, we're going to look at a quality development. You know, nobody that's been out and looked around there, and I think the Deputy Mayor was there quite recently, other than thinks, well, they've put a lot of time and effort into producing a quality development here, which is also relatively intensive, and more intensive around the transit and more intensive around the planned town centres. So yeah, I support the submission, and you know, obviously would like to have a look at that too before it's finalised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Hills, please.
Hey, thanks, Chair. And of course, obviously supporting the direction of the submission. I guess my concerns are already obvious around funding and climate change, and just want that strengthened in the submission as much as possible. Just, you know, I worry that we're making or pretending like we're not making the similar mistakes the city has made for decades. I look at council, you know, 2025 we talk about, well, I've been on the council now for 4 years, and I've heard Councillor Cooper say the same things about the western and northwest issues there for 4 years, and we're finally getting a partial busway, you know, investment there, kind of. So, you know, I have huge concerns that we can't, or we need to be more honest about our shortfalls. Either people have to pay a lot more, or we have to change the way we're doing things. I also have concerns about what immigration is going to look like in the next couple of years, and if we should be focusing more intensive before we allow this. Yes, this is not decision making right here, but our submission needs to be clear about the impacts. Yes, it's fantastic to have an integrated development where everything is close by, but in our current communities, we know that doesn't happen. We have families who get an affordable house somewhere but work on the other side of the city. We have their kids going to universities on the other side of the city. We have, you know, whether you're a nurse or a teacher, you get moved around, or whether you're working in construction, you're driving extreme distances with all your tools to work somewhere else. That's how the city works. It's not going to be a bubble city where people only stay within. And ATAP 2018 even said that, you know, only 20% of the new population in the south is being picked up by public transport, and there will be significant congestion and traffic calls. So, you know, we obviously celebrate the great benefits, and I, you know, support Deputy Mayor's passion and all the work that's been done, but we just have to be really honest about what this will continue to cause our city when other areas like the northwest, the west, and as we've seen the last couple of weeks, the North Shore as well. You know, the Waka Kotahi's mistake of telling everyone to go State Highway 1816 to help prevent traffic on State Highway 1 was a failure. That was terrible for the shore, and especially the west, who had their trip times tripled because of the lack of easy access to the city. So yeah, I'm really concerned about climate change and the fact that the emergency budget has shown us more than ever that we just don't have the money for our current infrastructure, or maintaining our current infrastructure, and I wonder how long that's going to last, or how we flip the coin completely to ensure that we do fund communities and transport and water properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Walker, please.
just have a comment to make about climate change and emissions. We have a real opportunity here because this is I wouldn't say standalone, but it's a clearly greenfield development. So we have an opportunity to look at this overall development and assess what the emissions are. That's across transport, it's also across water, energy, a whole range of things. So I would like to know as to whether or not that is going to happen. Because as other people have mentioned, like Richard Hills and others, I think Pipakum as well, what is happening here is going to lock in emissions for decades to come. Quite clearly, if this development is going to lock in a significant number of emissions, then we've got a real problem, because if we can't deal with it here, then where can we deal with it? So my comment, Mr. Chair, is our submission process going to reflect that, so we have an idea of what the net emissions are from this development? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and thanks for your questions and examination of this issue, members. Your comments here today. This is an enormous opportunity, and it's an enormous challenge as well. So the Deputy Mayor's outlined the opportunity, but this submission is probably addressing the challenge that we actually now face to realise the opportunity. And that cannot be realised without hinging back the costs of this, and where it's been articulated today, of at least $1 billion. Now, that is the big question before us. It is not the $1 million question, it's the $1 billion question. So we've had the free money from government, and the big question there is the free money from government going to cost the people of Auckland a fortune, or is it going to be hinged back to the main beneficiary, the multiple developers? That, I think, is the key question. I would like to add, and I think councillors have covered this, but I want to reiterate again, the free money that we might applaud, 2.4 billion in this southern corridor, Penlink, can't remember the number, Skypath, and maybe light rail in the future, Puhoi to Welsford, or Puhoi to Warkworth motorway, they all come with consequential local expenditure demands. And we need to start asking the question when government, through our relationships, and I'm not criticising any government that might have come forward with these high capital projects and their contributions there, we need to understand at the outset, we need to be asking the questions ourselves at that time, what is the consequential spend? Because we're coming to this too late, and this is a bad pattern of Auckland Council. We need to be asking those questions at the outset. So I know that when there was lobbying in favour of Mill Road, the New Zealand Upgrade Program package of 2.4, we were not asking those questions. We are being obliged to ask those questions now. How do we pay for it? And it is a $1 billion payment. So that is the crux of the issue before us here. It's not about, the qualities of being public transport led or employment or anything like that. That sits in its own right. It's a question of how it is paid for. I would suggest that the benefits that accrue to the private plan change proposers are going to have to be examined here, and an infrastructure and financing plan that we've never contemplated before really is the priority source, the anchor source of funding here. Because there is high risk, as Councillor Henderson, others, I could list the number of councillors, Councillor Cooper, are reminding us that the our regional responsibilities that we've already signed up to are at risk here. These are communities that we've gone through democratically socialised plans, and communities have high anticipation. They know COVID is with us and they know there's a new constraint, but they don't expect a constraint of a redirection to the south of the public funding that they were anticipating to be a reason why their projects, the development of infrastructure, be it community or transport or water, in their areas is put on the back burner. So let's ensure that council's public purse is actually not subsidising the private developer benefits here. There will be some overlay because of, there will be some benefit in the wider catchment beyond these private plan change boundaries, but the significant benefit is within the boundary. So, enormous challenge here, members. It's $1 billion challenge, and we've never faced anything quite like that in a private plan change that's come before us. One thing I would like to add is, and probably a message to Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper, you'll be responsible with your committee, your regulatory committee, for appointed commissioners.
No, not anymore. We've changed our policies. Our very senior staff will do that now.
It's okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think we're going to have to, the staff now will have to be giving very careful thought, and I'm sure it's in consultation with you as chair, to the commissioners that we appoint here. We are probably going to have to look at maybe going beyond the commissioner accreditation list, looking for somebody with some infrastructure funding and financing experience. I actually think this task is an enormous task. It's 4 plan changes now. I understand there are also notices of requirement coming, possibly some other private plan changes. It will take an elected member out of their core responsibility. In my view, it just does need to be some highly skilled commissioners capable of doing this work over what's looking like quite a long period. But that would be my plea to Councillor Cooper and the staff, that we keep a close eye on the expertise that we bring to this commissioner, the commissioners that will be listening to this hearing. So thank you for all the contributions today. The Chief of Strategy and our other staff, John Dunshay, Christopher Turbot and Jacques Victor behind the scenes, for all your contributions on this enormous challenge. It's $1 billion challenge at this time, and it could be more. So we'll go to the vote, and the motions are there. I will move it. Do I have a second, please? Yeah. Councillor Cashmore. And I'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. And declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you, members. Now, I think we need to take a 5-minute break. It's going to be a We're live. I think I had a question from Councillor Bartley, was it? No, I was just going to say there's some cupcakes. That's what I was going to say, but I didn't. We're having a 5-minute cupcake break. I'm sorry to the members that are online. It will be a cupcake-less break for you. We're back in 5. We'll reconvene after that short cupcake break. If we could take our seats in the room, please, and welcome back to members online. We will now go to item 9, and this is consideration of a private plan change request in Patumahoe South. And the reporting planner here is Sanjay Bangs. And we also have our GM of Plans and Places, John Dogood, with us as well. I'll go to John Dogood in the first instance to introduce, and then we'll also hear from Sanjay. John.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, members of the Planning Committee. So just introducing the item, it's another private plan change request. We received quite a few over the last couple of years. A number have come to Planning Committee, but more latterly we have been exercising staff delegations to make the decision to accept private plan changes in cases where they're not raising strategic issues. However, this one, as with the Drury East private plan changes, does raise some strategic issues. So it relates to a rural settlement to the southwest, or to the west of Pukekohe in the south, Patumahoe, an attractive village in the south there, so just northwest of Pukekohe, as you can see on the map. The private plan change proposes to rezone some rural zoned land immediately next to the existing village for housing and some business use, with some land to be rezoned future urban as well. So it's in the order of some 30 hectares of land. On our analysis at this stage of the process, we, in looking to whether the plan change should be accepted, adopted, or rejected or treated as a resource consent, our recommendation is to accept this private plan change and allow it to go out for submissions and off to a hearing. Having said that, we do feel that there are some significant issues here that need to be addressed in a council submission. The land has highly productive soils. There is debate between our own expert and the applicant's expert as to whether those soils are classed as elite, which is the top class of soil, or prime, which is also very good soil, but not as high quality as the elite soils. And so the unitary plan has a different approach to prime versus elite, but overall the unitary plan does have a strong signal to avoid where practical either of those soils. So there's a pretty significant issue there that needs a detailed merits assessment in our view. There are some detailed planning policy issues to work through, and there are some technical issues around how much of the land is actually prime versus elite or other soils to work through, and what that all means in our view is not the level of assessment that's appropriate at a accept, adopt, reject stage, whereas you'll recall we need to stay at the course level of assessment and leave those sorts of matters for submissions, evidence, and hearings panel to determine. The other strategic issue is growing a rural settlement. There is some policy support for that in the unitary plan, but it's certainly not a given that rural settlements should be expanding. And there is already some land immediately next to the village here zoned for expansion, but not yet developed. So there are some strategic issues there in terms of the growth of settlements that need to be worked through, in our view, by the hearings panel. And lastly, as with any development in the south, there are the issues around transport infrastructure. So commuters from Patumahoe heading north will face many of the same challenges, or all of the same challenges as those living in the Pukekohe area and in the south generally, and in the Drury area. So those strategic transport issues will be of relevance to this private plan change application. So we're recommending to accept, just to recap, but to make a submission so that the hearings panel clearly has the scope to look at whether this plan change should actually be ultimately approved, or approved in some amended form. So Sanjay just has a few more slides to run through, and then I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, John.
Sanjay?
We'll go to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, John, and good morning to councillors and members. Not sure if it's Duncan that has control of the slides. If we can skip through, yeah. So this map shows the location of the plan change area relative to the Patamahoe settlement. So as John mentioned, 35 or so hectares of land, currently mostly in rural production zone, with a small amount already zoned single house, and surrounded by rural production and the railway corridor to the south. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this is the proposed zoning. So as you can see, the majority of land is proposed to be single house. A small area towards the railway corridor, roughly 2.5 hectares, I think. There's proposed to be light industry, and the eastern area is proposed to be future urban zone, and that's in recognition of existing productive activities that are occurring on that site, or those sites at the moment. Thank you. I guess John touched on one of the key issues is around productive land and productive soils. These are just a couple of slides to illustrate both the applicants and the council's independent assessments of how capable these soils are. So John referenced elite and prime soils. Elite is anything that's called LUC 1. Prime is anything that's LUC 2 and 3. So if you look in the bottom left at the legend, you'll see a bunch of numbers. So anything with a 2 in front of it or a 3 in front of it is prime soils, according to the applicant's assessment. So that covers about 97% of the plan change area. And if we just go to the next slide, this is the analysis undertaken by council specialists. And as you can see, a large amount of the area is covered by 1W1, so that's classified as elite soil. And the breakdown there is 58% elite soil, according to our analysis, and 40% prime soils. So there is a debate over whether the land contains elite soils. There's also other complicating factors worth just noting, such as fragmented landholding. So the sites have been somewhat subdivided. There are dwellings there. The land is proximate to existing residential areas, so there's potential for reverse sensitivity effects if productive uses were undertaken. And I guess these are factors that require, or at least invite, a finer merits assessment rather than saying that this should be stopped at the clause 25 stage. So I think that's all the slides I have, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sanjay. Can we just summarise the soils issue? So the council specialist identified, I think the coverage is elite and prime soils are 98.6%, correct? Sanjay, are you still with us?
Hi, yes. I'm referring to what I had in table 1 of the report.
I think it's in the report.
I had 97%, perhaps the figures might be slightly out.
Okay, it's late 90s either way. And the applicant identified how much in total in prime and elite in percentages?
So the applicant identified 97% of the land as being prime soils. So that's either class 2 or class 3. They identified no land as being elite soils.
Okay. Okay, there's a... Okay, can we go to a map that shows Patumahoe. Can we zoom out? I think it's upper slide. I think it's 2 slides up. The existing unitary plan zoning. We'll find that one. There is some land that is existing, the core of Patumahoe. Under the unitary plan, how many more dwelling numbers estimated are provided for, not currently there, are provided for under the zoning provided through the 2016 Auckland Unitary Plan?
Yeah, sure. So the numbers that we've obtained from REMU indicate that there are about 212 dwellings enabled but not yet constructed, and that includes the Patumahoe Hill sub-precinct, which is that land to the southwest, or rather to the west of this plan change area. So yeah, 212 is the figure that we have.
So can you just give us a split between, so we're looking at the parcel of land that stretches northwest to southeast, but it's on the southwest side there on the top of the boundary is Day Road. So that parcel of land there, that was signalled through the Auckland Unitary Plan and the Future Urban Land Supply Strategy as development ready land. That's live zoned, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Right. How many dwellings are on that land today?
I'm not sure how many dwellings are there today. The numbers that we have indicated that had capacity for 109 dwellings.
So are there 3 dwellings there today, or 5, or has it started to be developed? Is there a master plan for it? Have we seen development of that land?
I understand that there's earthworks, preparatory works being undertaken. I'm not sure the status of that, sorry.
So surely there's some kind of resource consenting process for that. Have we not checked on that?
Councillor Darby, I can maybe help there.
Thank you, Jacques Victor.
Yeah, that's correct. It's between 100 and 110 dwellings. They received a subdivision consent for 73 lots in 2018. Work is underway, but there are no buildings yet. And there's no 223 certificate yet, so the subdivision isn't completed yet. But a subdivision of 73 lots in 2018.
Okay, so capacity of 109, 73 lot consent, but not being progressed at this time. Okay, and if we go up to the core precinct of Patumahoe, above that road that runs northwest to south east, going down to John Street. How much infill is provided by the Auckland Unitary Plan in that area? So we know that the 109, is it the balance, is it, of around about 103 can go into there?
That's correct, yeah, 103.
Okay, is there any structure plan? The Auckland Unitary Plan requires a structure plan to proceed going to live zoning. Is there any structure plan over the private plan change area?
So the applicant has undertaken an assessment against Appendix 1, which is the structure plan guidelines in the unitary plan. So that's essentially, that thinking has gone into that.
Yeah, my question is, I'm looking at the Auckland Unitary Plan. There is a very clear requirement in that document, it's a statutory document, requiring a structure plan before proceeding to consideration of rezoning. So has that process been followed? I gather not.
Councillor Darby, that's in relation to rezoning from future urban to urban. not in relation to expansion of a rural settlement. I could be mistaken, but if you can give us the reference in the unitary plan, we can check that. But from memory, that's there are similar assessment matters when considering expanding a rural settlement, and that's what Sanji has mentioned, that the applicant has gone through the policy exercise of doing the analysis, but they haven't prepared a structure plan per se, which from memory is the requirement for future urban land going to urban as opposed to rural land going to urban.
Yeah, you're correct. The wording is a structure plan precedes future urban land zoned and ready for development. Okay, look, I think I'll open up questions to others here. But look, before I do so, can I just go to the infrastructure requirements? Can I just check water care? Well, if we run down paragraphs 66, 67, 68 on infrastructure, if we go to infrastructure first, it's not clear what water care actually said about wastewater. Is there wastewater capacity for 212 units that are provided for under the Auckland Unitary Plan, the existing development, plus this, please?
Yes, so the applicant has provided details of correspondence with water care prior to lodgement, and they have indicated that there is capacity to service.
Okay. And do you confirm that with water care, or when you're considering this private plan change? Do you confirm what you might have received from the applicant with, say, water care, Auckland Transport, Healthy Waters, any other parts of council that they might have heard from? Do you check that is the case?
Yep. So this was it was run past. Sorry, just a second. This was run past water care for comment, and they indicated that the discussion provided by the applicant is consistent with what they understand the case to be.
In Auckland Transport?
I'm not sure if we have comment from Auckland Transport. They were involved in terms of identifying potential further information required. That was through our transport specialist. They have a tendency to be reluctant to get too involved at the pre-notification stage, given that they are often a submitter on private plan changes.
Okay, I think I've got further questions here, but I think I'll go to other members. Councillor Walker, would you pose your question, please?
Sure. So I note, as far as soils are concerned, that it's not just soils, it's also access to water and obviously climate. Has there been sufficient consideration given to another factor, which is access to markets, because this area is very close? The other issue that I want to raise, as it goes to what the applicants have put up in our consideration, is around the cumulative effect of loss of land for food production against a background where Auckland's population is tracking to go up significantly over time, and for that matter, that of New Zealand. So do we take into account the finite nature of elite and prime land, the cumulative effects in terms of the reduction in that land over time, and the potential of that land for catering for additional production? And that might be against a background where, in order to meet our climate change obligations, we may have to switch to a diet that involves significantly less meat and involves significantly more consumption of vegetables and products that might be grown on this kind of land. And that goes to climate change. And the other aspect around that is the capacity of these soils to retain carbon and for that to be enhanced. So are those considerations that we can take into account?
I'll check with the staff on that. Councillor Walker. John Duguid.
Through the chair, John Duguid here. Absolutely, those are matters that must be taken into account in preparing a council submission and by the hearings panel in making a decision. But some of those matters are actually involve quite a bit of technical analysis, quite a bit of policy thought and analysis. It's work that we do, but is getting beyond what the courts have directed should happen at this stage in the process, where we're making a procedural decision to accept, adopt or reject. We've flagged in the report that these are issues and that the best way to deal with them is to make a strong submission on them and come in with evidence as to whether we think this plan change ultimately stacks up or not. But issues of food production, Auckland's food needs, the specifics of that, we've even had some recent High Court decisions on the unitary plan that give some direction as to how the plan should be interpreted in the detailed policy analysis. So in short, it's very important matters to look at. We totally agree as officers, but our advice is to deal with that through a submission and address it through evidence at the hearings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess my concern is if we haven't done our homework around the areas that I'm suggesting in advance, and that might be taking into account that we could have any number of applications like this, we actually aren't in a position to perhaps advise an applicant in advance, and for that matter be sufficiently informed to consider things when the plan change is considered.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'll take the last part as comment, and I appreciate your first question, which is, I think, at the core of one of the challenges here, the productive soils that you're referring to. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for me. So one of them, in the report here under the climate impact statement, I'm really not getting that. Could you clarify that a bit and explain that a bit?
Sanjay, is that with you?
Yep, I can clarify that. So, again, I guess it comes down to whether it's a course merits or a finer merits assessment. Should it be a reason to stop the plan change now, or should it be something that should be discussed through hearings? And probably not mentioned there, but as mentioned throughout the document, is that there is that opportunity for a council submission to ensure that climate impacts can be considered in the subsequent stages of the plan change.
Thank you. I've got a second question, because just in relation to that answer, I'm a bit confused about when is the climate impact bad enough to consider it in this assessment that we're doing right now? And I would suggest that there's some really scary climate outcomes and a number of questions have been asked around this point. So my question is, our test in the report is sound resource management practice, and you've given advice in the report that it's a high bar and this doesn't meet the test for rejection. Do you have an example on what would be rejected under that test? Because to me, I can't think of one harder. But what are your thoughts?
Through the chair, I'll pick that up. Well, perhaps just to clarify, is this in relation to climate change specifically, or just sound resource management practice in general?
No, well, just so we've talked about climate, but we've also talked about transport and soils and 100 other problems, right? If this doesn't meet the test, what does meet the test? That's my question. What more are you looking for?
We've given previously examples of heavy industrial activity in a residential area, significant urbanisation in a severe flood plain area, or in an area of significant coastal hazards from inundation or erosion. Things where there are obvious immediate hazards or significant adverse environmental effects on adjacent uses. There isn't a lot of guidance from the court. The court's other guidance, in addition to saying it should be a course level assessment, is that if there is any doubt as to whether it's contrary to sound resource management practice or not, then it's best to accept the plan change and have the issues discussed and considered on the basis of expert evidence by a panel. So it's not a huge amount of case law, but perhaps those examples there are ones that would obviously spring to mind as being contrary to sound resource management practice.
Yes, that's an interesting discussion. Thanks for the answer, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Coombe, please.
Thank you. I had a similar question to Councillor Henderson about the climate impact statement. And again, this picks up on what we're actually trying to say in terms of climate impact. Clause, the sentence there that says this process is unrelated to any greenhouse gas emissions, but isn't this process kicking off potentially new development that is going to have an impact? So I'm trying to think of the right word. It's not disingenuous. I'm not trying to say it's dishonest, but it's kind of limiting it in a way that is only telling part of the story in terms of what this decision is. I'll go with maybe simplistic, because I mean, if we limit down our statement to just say, well, this decision today doesn't have any impact when it triggers a whole lot of potential development. So that was my first question. And so maybe if I could have a second question as well, yes. Which is really, I just wanted to be talked through the use of the double negative in paragraph 63 in the recommendation, and why we don't just say this is consistent with sound resource management practice, which is in paragraph 74. It just seems, I mean, maybe that's how the legislation is framed, but it does seem a very weird use of a double negative, or an unnecessary use of a double negative.
Okay, now, John, can you reflect and reply to that question, please?
Through the Chair, just picking up on the second question, yes, it is the drafting of the legislation talks about it not being in accordance with sound resource management practice, and hence you end up with the double negative. So it is the legislation drafting and us just responding to that. The first question was, I guess the implication there was that, well, the indication there was that in accepting a private plan change, we are endorsing it as council. That is not the case. It is saying that it hasn't failed the tests, or it hasn't hit one of the tests for being rejected at this point, but the merit of it is still all up for grabs. So it's really shouldn't be taken that this is saying that everything is fine. It's just a matter of sort of fine-tuning. It could still fundamentally have some major issues that mean that it doesn't pass the test when it gets to a hearing on evidence.
Thank you, John. Further question, Councillor Coombe?
Well, I think that's still an outstanding question around the climate impact statement, but we heard before on the other item that that's work in progress, because I just don't think we should be accepting this simplistic level of detail in a statement. But what I'm hearing is that in terms of the test, we are looking to ensure that it is consistent with sound resource management practice, is what we're looking at, and that's quite a limited test, but that really only gets considered at the next stage in more detail. Is that right? Yeah. Thank you.
Just want to check on that. I don't think it's necessarily only that question is posed at the next stage. It's posed at this stage as well. John, whether it's not in accordance with sound resource management practice is addressed at this stage, absolutely, isn't it? In section 20.
That's absolutely correct. So one of the grounds that that council can refuse a private plan change is where it is not in accordance with sound resource management practice. So if the committee was of the view that this plan change is not in accordance with sound resource management practice, then that is one of the grounds on which you as the decision makers could reject this private plan change.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cashmore, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit confused before you were talking about the capacities for the piped water and wastewater. With this particular proposal development, with the existing little township and with the other residentially zoned land, was zoned by FDC towards the end of its term, is there sufficient capacity in the piped network to enable the continuation of all those three?
So for you, Sanjay?
Hi, yep, Sanjay here. So I guess the correspondence that we've received between the applicant and Watercare, or at least the letter from Watercare to the applicant, is quite clear in that it says the increased wastewater flows from this development are expected to have no more than a negligible effect on the existing network. So that's for wastewater.
Phil, thanks. And the potable water, I imagine, has got sufficient capacity because of the new pipeline that went through.
That's slightly different. There's a bit of a flag there from Watercare that the developer will need to contribute to additional water storage. And I mean, that could be undertaken through future resource consent applications for subdivision of the land.
Okay, thanks. My second question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, is I guess would be John Douglas, and that is... Sorry?
Chair, he meant chair. Good, carry on.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe in the future. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is the act passed by the government around protection of productive growing soils, and where that comes into play. Obviously, it's probably not at this stage because it's a more fine attribute, but does it come into play at the hearings process? And would that have an effect on negating this development completely?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, you're referring to the national draft national policy statement or proposed national policy statement on highly productive land, which came out earlier in the year, and Council made a submission on that document. It was a proposal. It hasn't been finalised by the government. Latest indications from the Ministry for the Environment are that that would be considered by the government if we have the same government in the new year. So it has no legal standing at this point in time. It's that the proposed national policy statement on highly productive land would pose difficulties for this private plan change, and if it is issued by the government in the new year before this plan change gets to a hearing, it would certainly be something that the hearings panel, council and the applicant would have to take into account. So in short, it comes down to the timing of when that national policy statement comes into effect. It hasn't come into effect yet, depends on the final form of it. But if it comes into effect before a hearing takes place, it would be a key matter for the decision makers to the hearings panel to consider.
So we don't have to give effect to that legislation until it is passed. There's not a precautionary effect like we have with some of our own stuff we have to do.
That's correct. There's no. It has no legal standing, and in actual fact, if we had regard to it, I suspect we would be. There could be grounds for a challenge to that.
Thanks. My last one, John, is you'd recommend here that we accept this private plan change to go forward to commissioners because there is not grounds for it to be rejected at this point in time. That's because if we did reject it, we'd probably face a judicial review.
The process, if a council rejects a private plan change, the applicant can then appeal direct to the Environment Court, so they don't need to go High Court on a point of law or a procedural matter. They can go straight to the Environment Court and argue the case around whether this is not in accordance with sound resource management and the other matters that council would be rejecting it on if that took place. So it would be an Environment Court appeal on the provisions under clause 25 that relate to accept, adopt, reject, as opposed to the normal Environment Court appeal process, which is on the sort of detailed merit assessment after a hearing.
Thanks, John.
And just following that point that the Deputy Mayor's made about the proposed NPS that the government are working on, clearly it's not with us, but we do have the Regional Policy Statement Objective B2.6.1. It's referred under paragraph 17, and I read it out. Avoids elite soils and avoids, where practical, prime soils which are significant for their ability to sustain food production. And then there's paragraph 79 from a recent High Court decision. So, John, can you reflect on that? Is it at this stage? Is it sound resource management practice, knowing that 98%, either 97 or 98.6% of the soils we're dealing with are either elite or prime, and with that regional policy statement there, are you suggesting that progressing and accepting this for notification is sound resource management approach?
So the sound resource management is separate to whether the plan change is consistent with the regional policy statement chapter of the unitary plan. The consistency with the regional policy statement chapter of the unitary plan ties in best to the clause 25 accept, adopt, reject provisions around rejecting where something is would make the plan inconsistent with Part 5 of the RMA. So the two slightly separate issues there, but there is a bit of overlap. But I'll address both of them. So in terms of sound resource management practice, we have significant areas of prime soils within the future and in Auckland. There is already an approach in Auckland of, and has been through the unitary plan and through the Auckland plan, of allowing for Auckland to expand onto prime soils and in a smaller number of cases elite soils, in balancing the need for Auckland to grow and then the need for different parts of Auckland to grow, and balancing that with the food production needs for Auckland. So on balance, at this stage, we're saying that it's not immediately not in accordance with sound resource management practice. It's an approach that Auckland Council has taken, and it needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis as to whether that's the right area to enable that and for what particular reasons. So that's the sound resource management practice. In terms of the policy issues and how the unitary plan frames up prime versus elite soils, there is a degree of complexity there that needs to be worked through, in my view, through evidence, and at the hearing, the High Court decision you referred to was quite clear that it's not simply a matter of the soils are either elite or prime and then therefore should be avoided. You then have to look at the issue of how necessary they are for Auckland's food production needs, and that's a fairly recent High Court decision that I guess we're still working through exactly what that means, and this will be another test case for what it means to link the existence of prime and elite soils with Auckland's future food and existing food production needs. So it's, to my mind, that's getting into a more than a course merits assessment of policy. It's getting into a detailed policy discussion and analysis that we feel is more appropriate at a hearing.
Thank you, John. Councillor Hills, you have a question?
No, I guess my massive concern is everything about this. So I guess all the questions have been answered. I just wish we could reject it. But if the advice is that it would be more successful through a hearing, then at this stage, then I guess that's the advice. Yeah. I just don't understand why
we don't. Councillor, I needed to ask you for a question because we're just not taking comments at this time. It's not moved or seconded, and I need to just hold on that. Can I just put you in the speaking list, please, Councillor? And I'll come
I don't
back
need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Just coming back, probably for Jacques Victor. Jacques, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Jacques. Now, look, I've looked at the Auckland Unitary Plan. I've looked at the Future Urban Land Supply Strategy. I've read the report, of course. The Future Urban Land Supply Strategy does identify growth in Patamahoe. It doesn't identify growth in this area. It identifies growth within the old part of Patamahoe, 103 dwelling units growth there, we've been told, and then 109 just south of Days Road, I think it is. The most recent expansion, which was identified under the false Future Urban Land Supply Strategy, was in that southwest area. I think you're conversant with that. To your knowledge, there is no other future urban land supply urbanisation signalled in any of our statutory documents beyond the core Patamahoe and the southwest. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. So what the development, this all comes from the development strategy. What that identifies is the future growth, which was from 2017 onwards, and that was the live zoned land that came through the Unitary Plan. The development strategy did not foresee any additional growth in this town over the next 30 years. It was purely the live zoned land through the Unitary Plan. Nothing else.
So going back, just going back to that process at that time, you know, leading up to 2016, would it be right that various staff would have examined, you know, how to possibly grow Patamahoe within and beyond, and that would have been very carefully examined?
Yes, that's correct, as was with all of the other rural towns and villages. So where there was a reasonable argument for a village that could grow, at times some additional land was added. Like I say, additional land, so the 10 hectares was added in this case, and that was the live zoned land through the Unitary Plan, but nothing in addition to that. One of the reasons why it gets really hard in expanding some of these villages is because of infrastructure. So in a sense, it comes back to the same discussion as what was had on the Drury plan changes. There are consequential infrastructure issues. So in this case, according to Watercare, the wastewater is fine, but there is no doubt there will be transport implications if you add that kind of level of development. And so that is often why it becomes really difficult in these small villages to expand, simply because of the cost associated on the networks, not just within the village itself, but it has implications on the networks. But yes, you're correct. The development strategy did not foresee any further growth in this location.
Thank you, Jacques. And just going back to you, Sanjay, when I go to paragraph 64, you're providing the committee members with a little bit of information about transport. And Mr. Edwards, your consultant, has said that there's no problems with the immediate road network, but this is not a community that sits in isolation and doesn't travel. Can you tell me how people move in and out of this community? My understanding is that we've already got a road network and even now a rail network that's becoming stressed in that Drury corridor. So most of the jobs are predominantly, you need to travel through the Drury corridor into Manukau for most employment. Can you tell us really what the wider context is of transport, please, not just the immediate?
So sorry, just to clarify, you'd like a breakdown of the effects on the wider network, and not just the immediate network. Is that correct?
Well, the paragraph assumes that people only travel the local road network, and we know that that very rarely happens. Look, the committee members, I, for one, certainly need to understand the implications of movement beyond the local road network into what I understand is a heavily congested Pukekohe Expressway, I think it's called, leading to State Highway 1 and the State Highway 1 going north as well, but particularly that Pukekohe connection to State Highway 1.
Sure, well, absolutely. So the applicant has done quite a wide trip generation analysis, wider than we would typically expect from a private plan change applicant. They've modelled the expected trips on the 2028 and 2046 traffic models that incorporate the growth in the south and supporting Growth Alliance's preferred network. And they found that it would, in the context of the traffic anticipated from the growth areas in the south, it would only be a minor increase. And now, of course, you could view that through the lens of that's actually going to be a cumulative increase on the vehicle trips generated by growth in the south. And that will be a really important thing that we look at in the next phase if this does get accepted.
Okay, thank you. Look, members, I think we've put some good questions here. Members, as your chair, I am expressing some concern about progressing this, that is accepting it. I have got another motion, but how I'd like to go about this is show you that motion. I'd like you to read it. And then I'm going to go back and invite somebody to move the staff recommendation. And we test the staff recommendation. If it should fail, and I won't be supporting the staff recommendation, if it should fail, then we might go to my motion. But I want to show you that motion first. So if I can just see that on the screen, please. If you could just read that through, please. So the key arguments are around soils. We've covered that. These are elite and prime soils. And you've got paragraph 77 there. And you've heard from Jacques Victor about the planned growth, anticipated growth for this area. Okay, so that is the possible alternative motion. And once members have read that and understood that, I'll go back to the staff recommendation. Question from Councillor Simpson.
Once upon a time, I rejected a private plan change, and that didn't end well. So I need advice why this rejection is a good idea.
Well, if I can just say at the outset too, as your chair, no reasons were given at that time when the rejection. So I know the plan change you're referring to, there were actually no reasons given in the debate at all or through the motion. I'm suggesting that there is good reason, but it is a fair question, but that is my reply to you, but you are deserving of a reply from the Chief of Strategy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, as in the previous situation that Councillor Simpson was raising, as staff, we are recommending that it should be accepted through the RMA and those trigger levels are those things we have to consider. We're not making a determination or a suggestion about the merits or the ultimate whether it gets agreed or declined. We're just talking about starting the process. This alternative resolution as in the previous case, you can make a decision to reject it. There are some reasons on the screen for your consideration. They're not the staff's recommendation, they're the chair's recommendation. And it really does come down to, as I think you've heard about this issue of whether it's consistent or with sound resource management practice. So, in summary, my answer is you can make a reject decision. That is not the staff's recommendation to you today, but it is there for you to consider. And just to the chair, just to avoid the issue that we got into last time, it would be great if you wanted to consider the reject recommendation first, and then, as necessary, go to the accept one. It's just the way we do it. Yeah, but that's perhaps a next step. You need to discuss whether you want to go for it first.
Point of order. Does the standing orders guide which one we put first?
I was just having a conversation with Sandra about that. Sorry. So.
I think the answer is no, but it's a recommendation from yourselves, senior management.
It is because in the past our experience has been where an accept was not agreed, there was an issue about actually rejecting it as well. So I guess from my perspective, if we were clear about rejecting it, if it's a no, then the obvious answer is the staff's recommendation. The other way, it can get a little bit tricky.
Okay, Mayor Goff, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, my question is this. I seem to recall from the last incident that we had over the plan change in Ōrākei that if this matter were to go to court, we would have to disclose, or the appellant would disclose or ask for disclosure of the fact of staff advice to us. So if it goes before a court, the first thing that will come up was that councillors were recommended by professional staff that it be accepted, not rejected, and that puts us on the back foot immediately. I'm not personally in favour of the plan change, I think, because of the elite and prime soils, but it's a question really, do we oppose that in rejecting now, which is likely to be judicially reviewed, and we are, from staff advice, we're likely to lose it, or do we simply make strong submissions against it on the grounds that we think are sufficient to stop the development going ahead? And I favour the latter.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, I need to go back to Councillor Simpson.
Yes, I had another question, and that is it to staff that should we reject, do you think that will cause us to pay costs legally to fight this? I mean, I'm with the Mayor, actually. I think everyone doesn't like the extensive high product soils for urban development. I think we all share that. But I'm trying to, in a fiscally tight environment, still do the right thing. And my question is, are we likely to go to court because we reject? Or in your professional opinion, are we better to accept and then submit strongly, noting our concerns? Because I'm just worried about the financial impact on top of everything else.
So look, in my professional view, if you did reject, it would go to court. I can't be, as in the other situation, I can't be absolutely certain around costs. But if the court did find that that was not a robust legal decision, then there may well be costs. So let's assume there will be. I think that's probably the worst case scenario. The other option, as we are suggesting to you, is accept, notwithstanding, some of the real concerns that we've talked you through today, to do a submission as well, and to then let the hearing panel decide everything together in the round with other submitters and other views going on at the same time.
I also have a question from Councillor Filipaina, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the staff, can I confirm that the agenda item hasn't been moved or seconded.
That's why we're taking questions right now. Yes, that's correct.
So as a result, the recommendations on the agenda paper, there's no substantive recommendations as yet because it hasn't been moved and seconded.
Well, look,
if that's the case, Chair,
I'll move the reject the
you
private
either
plan
have
change.
to, this is, and I'm getting seeking guidance from Sandra and Duncan, that you have to end up putting what is the substantive recommendation for us to vote. Can I get that confirmation, Chair, that it needs to be a recommendation that we will vote on, and at the moment there's none?
Okay, just to clarify then, I've just taken members through and I wanted to socialise it before just putting it before you. So I will seek a second. I'll move the alternative motion under the A, Roman 1 through to 5, and call for a second. Is there a second for the motion before us? I have a second from Councillor Henderson. So I'm happy to take, I think your question is satisfied, Councillor Filipaina. I have a question from...
Yes, it is. So now what we have is your recommendation to reject the plan change. That is the substantive?
Correct, Councillor Filipaina.
Okay, so I'm just going to wait for comments because, I'll wait with comments speaking about the substantive because, I'm just going to wait because I disagree with it.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Can I just remind or let the committee know that the lawyer for this plan change is listening in, and so if there is any potential court action, this is all going to be used as evidence.
No, I'm sorry. This is a meeting of the Auckland Council Planning Committee. I don't have the opportunity to give you any insight. No, I'm sorry. Can you please refrain? Thank you. Councillor Bartley, all of this agenda in the open is open. You know, we always need to be careful of what we say. But thank you for that reminder. But I'm fully aware that at any time, anything we say in the open session of our meetings could appear somewhere else. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to call for a division on that. Thanks.
You want to? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Division on the vote for the substantive.
Do I have any? Look, I'll just outline what I've put here, members. Members, if it was just a matter of rubber stamping what our officials bring, then we would not be here as leaders. We're dealing with 98% elite and prime soils. We know that we've gone through a process and identified the growth of Paramahoe with 103 dwelling units potential within and 109 on the southwest edge, which has not yet been taken up. There is growth provided through really robust planning. And through that process in 12 to 16 and the appeals, this further growth was not anticipated. There is growth already. This growth encroaches onto prime, productive food basket soils that likely feed this city and feed other New Zealanders around the country. And paving over those soils is a high risk. I think we need to show the leadership at this stage. And while I really value the contributions of our officials, I am questioning their advice. We question their advice often. It's not for us to necessarily agree with that advice. It's our job to listen, go into a deep inquiry and land our political decision and show leadership in this city. The reasons are outlined, and they are about soils, and they are about the robust planning that we undertook, that identified growth that is yet to be taken up. That is the growth for Paramahoe and not further growth. And I do think it does not satisfy that test of sound resource management going forward. I don't want to dwell on this further. I think I have canvassed these issues pretty well, but I'm going to leave this now in our hands collectively and listen to your views. And yep, we can take a division, and I'll call for comment from Councillor Dalton next.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm not going to support this. I would have supported the officer's recommendations. I think it should be able to go through the process. We should submit on it. I hear what you and everyone is saying about the fertile soils, and, you know, it can arguably break your heart when you drive down Pukekohe, Pitamahoe nowadays and see the infrastructure, because life is changing. Life is changing, and we're providing houses, homes and businesses. I just support it going through the process as it should, and that we put in our own submission on that, of which we all need to participate in. So I'd like to ensure that we get a fair go at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Filipina, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I, like Councillor Dalton, will not be supporting this. I take on board the information passed on by our staff than yourself, Chair. And so Councillor Dalton was right. It is a process. We need to, one, let it go through to the process. Also, we need to submit into that process. I don't want to see the reputation of Auckland Council go through with any judicial review, which I think will happen. So look, I totally support the information we received prior to this recommendation being the substantive recommendation. So I will be voting against yours and Councillor Henderson's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipina. And Councillor Walker?
Sure. I'm supportive of making the choice that Councillor Darby suggests. The context here is this is a private plan change, and this plan change has come about because it doesn't meet the requirements of the unitary plan. It's actually outside it. And I think that we've had plenty of discussion around the issues that go to sound resource management and other issues that give us good grounds to actually not go down this private plan change path. And I guess the bigger question I'd ask, and I guess it goes to the issue that Councillor Henderson raised, is when do we actually reject something if we're not comfortable with it and test it? And I would suggest that this is one of those occasions. If we're frightened about judicial review, we should keep in mind that judicial review is about our decision-making process, not about whether or not this particular area of land goes to the further test in a hearing. And I'm quite satisfied that we've had a robust debate, that we've had a really good coverage of grounds that substantiate turning down this private plan change. I'm quite comfortable with that. And I also think that we would find evidence to support us in terms of substantiating our decision. So I'm quite happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Can I call Councillor Coombe, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to speak in support and make some comments that I was going to make when I was going to speak against the recommendations for this, taking this forward. And I've got a few points I'd like to make. One is just that it does feel like this process the wheels of it have all got underway as if COVID hasn't happened, as if the climate emergency hasn't happened, and we're dealing with quite a different world. And I just think that this is an example of somewhere where we really need to be resetting and rethinking about what we're trying to progress, and especially where we have this request is inconsistent with our strategies and our plans, which, you know, we've gone through robust processes around those plans and strategies, and so we should be backing them up. Another reason that I am supporting this is I do think the climate impact statement is really inadequate, and that should have been a point to just say, hang on a minute, there's more consideration that we need to make. And that was one of the reasons I was going to reject the officer recommendations, because we do just have to be thinking differently about how we are progressing developments, and especially where this is an area that is not earmarked for development. We're hearing that it is elite or prime soils, which goes to another of my points that I wanted to make, was around the fact that it seems to me to be quite an opportunistic request, and there is more work that we need to do around value uplift, and we know that that is a work stream that we need to be progressing, that needs to be looked at, so that we don't just open the floodgates for far more applications to rezone land, which was never considered to be part of the future urban land supply. So those were the four main reasons why I just feel that I'm happy to support this rejection of this. And I do appreciate what's been said around we should just let the process, as if we're not in control of this process. But I do think we actually have, this is where we are the decision makers, and we do have the opportunity now to have a rethink around if this is a request that we wish to see progress. At this point, whether our hands are not tied, and we can take a strong position at this point. So that's just some comments that I wanted to make. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Kerman. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. The questions in debate have been extremely helpful, and I just want to acknowledge the Chair and staff on that point. And I agree with Councillor Coombe that with respect, the climate impact statement needed far more, although questioning has drawn out some good information on that point. When you break it all down, this council is required to interpret statutory tests before a hearings panel or environment court takes a look. And this really is about where do you draw the line on what sound resource management practice actually means. And we do have limited case law to guide us on this point. So we have to look to legislation, we have to look to case law that we have to look at planning, we have to look at staff advice, and most importantly, I think, we need to look at the ordinary meaning of the term, because that also comes into play. There are signals through Parliament on protection of highly productive soils, although I acknowledge that that hasn't passed yet. There are also signals as well through that cited High Court case from the Chair, and various planning documentation that has also been cited during this debate. So is that clear enough to guide us? Well, it could be a hell of a lot better, I'll acknowledge that. But the evidence in front of me suggests that this would not require much extension of existing precedent on this point to say that this is not, in fact, sound resource management practice. And I suppose just to conclude, and you make a fantastic point, Chair, ultimately I've been called upon as a councillor to make this decision. We're not a rubber stamping body. We do have to look at these things. And I have to vote my conscience. At the end of the day, I have to go home and I have to explain how I voted on these things. And I cannot explain, I can't say how I voted to accept this. So in a world of climate change, in a world of food insecurity, in a world of huge transport challenges, I just cannot accept this. And that is why I've seconded the motion and happy to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just acknowledge I had to go out on council business during the actual the question time. So I will limit my comments to where I'm coming from a process point of view. First, I acknowledge the huge amount of work you have done, and you always do your homework. And I acknowledge, in terms of this, you know, all of those points that you say are valid. I don't want this development to go ahead personally. As a councillor, I don't. However, I don't get to decide that. And because of my feeling about that I actually don't want us using our elite soils, it's in the middle of nowhere. We've got issues where, you know, I've got development 20 kilometres straight up the motorway here that is not getting developed properly, is growing housing, jobs, the whole thing still can't get the infrastructure funding. So I have a bit of a bias. So for me, I need to let the process run. So for me, I'm a process person. I'm the chair of the regulatory committee. I believe in letting a process run. I do worry about having to defend this, and it will go to court. We've probably got a good case, but at the end of the day, if we lose that, it goes to the process anyway. So I unfortunately can't support this, Mr. Chair, but what I do support is a very, very robust submission, possibly objecting to this by, you know, our staff in terms of, but I mean, I'm not going to second guess that either, because they need to use evidence. It can't be opinion, it has to be evidence. But picking up a lot of the concerns for the people that do support this, and you support this, Mr. Chair. So I absolutely support a very strong submission going to this plan change. So I will vote against this, Mr. Chair, but it's no disrespect to your views and the work you've done on this. I just believe in the process and the fact that we have some very experienced commissioners who will hopefully take a lot of this precedent into account and the issues that our council will put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Mayor Goff, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm totally against the use of elite and prime soils for housing purposes. The National Policy Statement does give an indication of where the public and the government is going on that, and I have no doubt that most Aucklanders, if you ask them, would say it's not appropriate to use our best soils to build houses on. So that's not an issue in contention in our discussion today. The issue in contention today is how we best stop the plan. And I'm against the recommendations because I do not believe this is the best way to stop the development of the land. I think if we follow the practice of opposing something when the best professional advice that we have, legal and planning, is that the acceptance is required by the statute under which we are operating, we are foolishly throwing money away and entering into a legal process that we are likely not to succeed. I note that our Chief of Strategy has said quite clearly that she doesn't believe that we would win this case, and therefore the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars we invest in it will be wasted money. The place in which we oppose this, as we've debated before in this committee, is when it goes to the independent hearing commissioners. If it meets the statutory requirements to be accepted, then we need to accept it. That's the advice. That does not stop us putting in the strongest submission of which we are capable to oppose the acceptance of the plan change. And that's the process we should be following. It's not about rubber stamping our public officials' advice. We are not people who rubber stamp, but we're bloody foolish if we don't listen to very good and well thought out professional advice. And, you know, the hearing commissioners themselves and ultimately the Environment Court would look at what our professional advisors have said, and they would take that into account. So I refuse to accept the statement that we are rubber stamping advice. We have listened to advice, and the advice is, yes, there are good grounds to oppose this, but the place to oppose it is before the hearing commissioners, not in not accepting it. And I think we're foolish if we don't follow that professional advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. And Deputy Mayor Cashmore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just look at the recommendations. It says accept the private plan change request in point 1, having regard to relevant case law that the request does not meet the limited grounds for rejection. That's sound policy. That's sound policy. The RMA and the whole expansion growth thing is based upon balance, fairness and equity. There's a program called Making Good Decisions that RMA commissioners have to pass to become a commissioner. Making Good Decisions. I know Richard Hills did it last term. And it ensures that you actually have the ability to have a balanced approach and listen to the relevant evidence to make that good decision. I don't have that qualification. And I don't think many councillors other than Mr. Councillor Hills do. Chris does. So good on you, Chris. However, I think before you actually go do that, you need to be able to illustrate that you can proceed there. We have a process in place to create that balance. And do we want to build on elite soils? There is in a surveyor's office in Pukekohe a picture on the wall, 1902 I think it is from memory, or 3, of the main street of Pukekohe. And there's about 15 houses there, and there's obviously a shingle or dirt street. And for all the people who live in Pukekohe, and God bless their little souls, who say stop building on elite soils, your house is on an elite soil. That township has expanded since 2002, and it probably will continue to expand one way or another, because that is the balance effect that we have to have. I would like qualified hearings commissioners to hear the evidence, to come up with a decision that weighs up the balance. I do not see that it is our role here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Hills, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I am really wrestling with this one, mainly because of the advice. I said earlier, it's a shame we couldn't find a way to reject this because it seems so incredibly wrong. I mean, this is nothing like the Orake one. That was moving a development 15 metres, 15 metres. This is 34 hectares of land that was never planned to be built on for 30 years. This is not an out of sequence development. This is a ridiculous development. But on the other hand, it's really difficult for me to support a rejection if our staff are saying that the threshold is too high. And I think that threshold is ridiculous if we can't see that that this is the issue. But I do worry if we go for a reject, we get it reviewed and we lose that, then it is much harder for us to then refuse it or put, much harder to decline a plan change through the process that it will inevitably get anyway. So I'm sort of grappling with abstaining because I'm so opposed to this direction, and I definitely support yourself and Councillor Henderson and all the words that Councillor Henderson said. But on the other hand, I don't understand how we argue the rejection through a judicial review because the people who are arguing it have just told us we can't do that. So this is very, this is very, very difficult. I don't really understand how we can do what we're about, what we want to do here. And I should have asked my question because I kind of assumed what the staff had said was that we couldn't do it. But it is nothing like Orake. That was, literally moving a building 15 metres in an already built up urban area. This is 34 hectares on prime and elite soils. So I'm grappling with an abstention based on the fact that I'm totally torn between the process we're being told and the ridiculous situation that we're being put through, and and the fact that this could create a continuous stream of these coming in, and at what point do we actually get the right to reject something that it seems so inappropriate?
Thank you, Councillor Hills. I've got two more speakers. Councillor Simpson first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I don't think there's anyone probably in the room that disagrees with the intent of what you want to do here. I think the question more is how we achieve the same goal, you know. I want to put it straight on the table. I actually do not support building on our elite soils. I absolutely don't. So I absolutely 100% support your intent here. But I'm also conscious that you know, as chair of the Finance Committee, I can't buy a financial fight if I don't need to. So what I'm after, which will cost us money. So what I'm after is your result in a different way. And for me, I go back to the original recommendations and say if our submission to this was good, if it talked about Councillor Coombe, our plans and strategy, if it talks about sound resource management practice, if it talks about all the things that we value, climate change and all that, it should stand up. It should stand up. And what staff are actually saying, what I'm hearing from staff is, you know, they actually support you too, Councillor. They do. But they're just saying the way to get there is their original process. So in doing so, I support your intent 100%. I absolutely support, but I am not a resource management lawyer, and I have to take that legal advice so that it doesn't cost council money and hope that your outcome will be achieved by the original process of accepting and letting it go through with a strong submission from us.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And I think lastly, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually thought we were making a strong argument in the Ōrākei case around sound resource management practice not being part of it there. But so I was willing to put it on the line for that and deal with the legal ramifications. I saw it as a way to, if you didn't trust the process, that you could chop it at the knees with the decision that comes in, you know, before us here. So I really admire what you're trying to do here, Chair. But I wish I could support this, but I can't because I've learnt my lesson from the Ōrākei case. And so I'm not saying yes to development on elite soils. I'm saying yes to a process that will allow, hopefully, the result that you're after to happen. But yeah, I respect your, I can see your activism coming through and I respect that. Mm-hmm. But I learned too much from the Ōrākei case, so I can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Look, I'm not going to take a right of reply. I think we've had a really good debate here and there's been some good points put. It's not appropriate. But there was a comment, Mayor, this is not at all a criticism, but I need to check, because we're on open record here, Mayor, there was a comment that you made regarding what the Chief of Strategy said, which I heard is maybe not quite accurate. And I appreciate that you're online and maybe not have heard exactly the words that she said earlier. So I do need to ask, before I go to the vote, and it'll be by division, I need to ask the Chief of Strategy for the record to clarify, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies if I wasn't clear. The context of the question, I think, was from Councillor Simpson about if this was rejected, you know, would there be costs? Would we be up for costs? So in the context of that, I said that we may well be. Should the court go against, you know, the reject recommendation, that was the context of that answer. I have not said, and I am not saying that we would have no chance of winning. My answer was to say if we didn't win, then it may well result in costs against us. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll leave that there, and we will now go to the vote, and it's by division. I'll call for the division, please.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. You are voting on the motion before you, which is to reject the private plan change. Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, no.
Councillor Casey. Councillor Casey. Come back. Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Mayor Goff.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
Abstain, I'm sorry.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Young.
Abstain.
And I'll just try Councillor Casey again.
Just noting my vote was against, Chair, not for. It's been recorded incorrectly there. Thank you. That's Councillor Sayers.
Declare the motion lost, 4 votes to 10, and we'll now put up the staff recommendation. And I think, members, we can go straight to the vote. And I think if there are dissenting votes, can we record them rather than go through a division? I'll put that. Would somebody like to move, please? Moved by Councillor Cashmore, seconded by Councillor Cooper. It's moved and seconded. Can we please go straight to the vote? All those in favour say aye.
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 To the contrary, no.
No.
And I'll have.
Can you
my vote
record my vote
recorded.
against, please?
We're recording votes of Councillors Darby, Councillor Walker, Councillor Henderson. Is there anybody else that wants to be recorded? Councillor Coombe. Thank you. That concludes our business on that item.
Expecting a pretty good submission from you, Chair.
Oh, we do have the motion there, don't we? That submission, yes, yes. Thank you. Appreciate that, members. I'm very
Excuse
mindful.
me, Mr. Chairman.
I'm mindful of time.
Can you hear me?
Councillor
Mr.
Casey,
Chairman.
we can hear you now, but we couldn't hear you through the vote.
I've been trying to. I don't know what's wrong with this Skype business. This is ridiculous.
So we're in.
I haven't come out of the call. I've been on the call the whole time. I've heard everything. I have been unable to put messages on the sidebar and unable to speak.
I'm really sorry to hear that, and this is an ongoing challenge. And I'm sorry, Councillor Casey. We've left the item, and prior to leaving, we had the vote, and unfortunately.
Okay, well, I would like to use standing orders to record that I was against rejecting, and in favour of the staff advice.
Okay, are we able to do that? We'll minute that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, members, I think we need to go to lunch. Yeah. And we're going to have a 20-minute break. I just want to check. So 20 minutes, does that suffice? Because we've got quite a workload in the afternoon with finance and performance. Members, we just have a bit of an egress issue on this building at the moment. Members, we'll close this meeting and we'll go to lunch for 20 minutes. We'll come back at quarter to two. So adjourning, and we'll come back at 1:45.
We stay online.
Yes, keep this open. Keep this Skype link open. brief outline of the process that has been followed to get us to today's decision. Michael, are you with us? John Duguid, are you with us?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Michael, is it?
Yes.
We can hear you now, Michael.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee. What we have today is a procedural request to make operative private plan change 28 by James Kirkpatrick Group Limited. The proposal is for a group of sites out in Flatbush, Manukau, to rezone 9.34 hectares of light industry zone land to mixed use. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So the motion on the screen, members, is to approve the plan change 28 and request staff to complete the statutory processes as per normal, and it's moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Mulholland. Are there any questions, please? There being not, I will go straight to the vote on the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Michael. Which takes us to item 11. And this is another private plan change. I'll move accordingly. The reporting principal planner is Ewan Patience. This is, again, end of process. It's been notified. Submissions have been made. Hearings been undertaken. And a decision from commissioners has come through for our approval. So it's an approval motion and asking staff to complete the statutory processes. Can I have a second, please? Councillor Mulholland, thank you. Ewan, do you have anything further to add, please?
Good afternoon. No, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything to add. Had no questions given to me.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Takes us to item 12. Thank you, Ewan. Takes us to item 12, the Urban Development Act and establishing the political working group for the specified development areas. You can see this report on page 193. The motion on the screen, I'll move, and Councillor, that was the previous motion, I think. So I'll move the next motion. Councillor Bartley, would you like to second, please? And Anna Jennings, we've got on the line. Anna, we've read your report. This is a motion to delegate responsibility to the chair, deputy chair, in consultation with the Mayor's office. Would you like to introduce, please, Anna? Anna Jennings is our Principal Advisor, Urban Growth and Housing.
Kia ora, Chair, and kia ora, councillors. I'll just quickly run through the report. So just, I guess, a reminder that the Urban Development Act empowers Kāinga Ora to facilitate and undertake urban development. It provides the powers to establish specified development project areas. It's a very complex piece of legislation, and I don't intend to go into detail today, and I'll set out what the report covers. So Auckland Council did provide a submission on the Act, and I sent a memo out to elected members on the 12th of August, which outlined the key changes that were made as a result of our submission. The specific powers in the Act are set out in the attachment to the report. The powers fall into four broad categories around infrastructure, planning, consenting, funding and land acquisition. The specified development project process is also set out in the attachment to the report. The process is comprehensive and involves an independent hearings panel similar to that used for the Auckland Unitary Plan, and there is opportunities for public consultation. So this report relates to recommendation, as the Chair has outlined. It's around a procedural process, so that when a specified area is proposed by Kāinga Ora to establish, that we recommend a political working group is established to provide that political direction to staff. We acknowledge there will be interest when these areas come forward. This is a proactive report, and as yet we're not aware of any specified development project areas in Auckland or an intent by Kāinga Ora to use these powers. We're already working collaboratively with Kāinga Ora across a number of areas, and specifically under the Auckland Housing Programme and the Auckland Council and Crown Joint Work Programme on Auckland Housing and Growth. as it could be some time before Kaingaroa choose to use these powers, we don't expect elected members to understand all parts of the Act, and we'll provide a refresh of the Act at that relevant time. This report has been shared with local board services, staff from the IMSB and staff from Auckland Transport and Water Care Service is limited for comment, and so happy to take any questions. As I said, this is a sort of proactive report to get this process set up in advance of any areas coming forward.
Thank you, Anna. And members, I've made a small addition. It's really important that both the chair and the deputy chair of your planning committee are abreast of this. So the deputy chair's name has been added in there. Please note we've also got the IMSB representation. We've got relevant ward councillors and the relevant boards. And Councillor Bartley will ensure that if we get a sense that individuals, elected members need to be abreast of what comes in, we'll make sure that we reach out and have people be aware of these special development area applications. I would also like to add that my observation is the relationship with Kāinga Ora is dramatically different to the relationship we had with the former Housing New Zealand. Councillor Hills and I spent almost 3 hours with Kāinga Ora on site visit, I think it was last Friday, and the access to information is somewhat different, and there's a much better communication flow now, which is great. So that gives us a good foundation for our relationship going forward with the recently established Kāinga Ora representing the Crown. Questions, members, of this? There being no questions, I'll go straight to comments, and Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think this is an eminently sensible thing to do. I'm quite alarmed at some of the changes that could affect our own unitary plan, and which we don't really have a lot of say on, to be quite honest, but I think we've got to have robust responses ourselves. This will affect the timing of infrastructure. It can undermine parts of the unitary plan. So I think to sit idly by and do nothing, even though hoping it's not futile, but I think it's really important to have good input into whatever's happening. It'll have significant effects for Auckland and some not good. But I was a little bit reassured by a member of the Kāinga Ora board who said, oh, this will be rarely used, but it doesn't comfort me completely. But, yeah, so thank you for putting this together.
Thank you. Are there other comments? And Councillor Cooper, you're quite right, and I think in the agenda here we've got the memo that went out just a few days ago from Simon Randall, alerting us to the very concerns that you are highlighting, and I think every elected member across Auckland is thinking of the same issues. There are some challenges here, but we've got statute in place now. It's the highest law from the Parliament, and we have to work with it. We can't work against it, so we will work with it. We also know that there is an enormous challenge for the government delivering social housing and housing generally. So, and I know we're all signed up to progress that as well. But we need to progress it mindful of what our plans are as well for Auckland. We shall do that. So there being no further comment, I'll go straight to the vote. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. And thank you, Anna. Appreciate your work on that. And 13 is procedural. Can I have a mover for the receipt of the Planning Committee information items? Deputy Mayor moves.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
And the name, is that Councillor Fletcher? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And it is moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. There is no business under item 14, extraordinary business, which takes us to item 15, where we close the open session of this meeting And I'll move the procedural motion to exclude the public. Councillor Mulholland will second. And take a vote on that now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. So I close the open record part of the meeting, and we'll take 2 minutes. And members, if you could please go to your second invitation. Members, councillors, mayor and IMSB members, if you could go to your second Skype invitation, close this one and open that, and we'll join you in just 2 minutes for item C1. Thank you.